Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, you're listening to World Combat Sports.
What's up, my man?
What is good, champ? How you feel this morning, man?
Man, I'm peaceful at the moment.
Hey, everybody that's tuned in, you know what it is. You got the realest one in the game right now, Mr. Gary Russell Jr., the longest reigning champion on deck, WBC featherweight. How you feel, man, and what you been up to?
Man, I'm like I say, man, I'm peaceful at the moment, man. I'm good. Been spending a lot of time with the wife and babies, you know, but I'm hungry.
I
I'm
hear you,
hungry.
champ.
You know what I'm saying? I love what I do and I do what I love, man. I just wish these other guys would be just participate so I can do what I do back.
Hey, first off, Gary, I got to give a shout out to Jackal Fitness AWD, man. Salute to the Underground Kings over there. They the one pretty much linked me up with you to get this interview. I truly appreciate it. And shout out to your family and everybody, from your father all the way down to the last Russell, Antoine sitting at super lightweight. Salute, man.
Yeah, man, I greatly appreciate that, man.
Hey, let's get right into it, man. I know you basically changed gears, man. You pretty much been a fighter. The last time I talked to you, I told you that you was fighting once a year, but it seemed like it's transparent to the game of boxing, right? And you said
Of
something to the
why I'm fighting once a year.
yeah. I'm gonna get to that too, Garrett. But you said you have to. It has to be intimate to you to want to get in there and train like that and keep up on your skill set. Hey, speak on it, man.
Man, yeah, man. I mean, people just go through their everyday life. If you get you a new vehicle, you'll go and it's mandatory for you to put 93 in it. You'll put 93 in your vehicle, but you'll put just about anything in your bag, you know. So even working out, it's so intimate. No one else benefits from it but you. You have to take the time out for yourself. If you go in the airplane, anybody who ever been in the airplane, they'll tell you, in case of loss of cabin pressure, oxygen mask will, come out and
Yeah.
put your mask on first, then assist others. So the first rule of life is self-preservation. I think a lot of people need to get back to that.
And yeah, y'all, the Russell brothers are always woke in the game, man. When did it get to a point in your career right now that you said you had to switch it up and you start to call out Leo Santa Cruz? One of the most savage social media contacts that we've seen. When you put your arm around his dad, and he said, and you was basically sending a message out there to Leo Santa Cruz. Whatever happened with that?
Man, I'm a real competitor. I want to fight it. I want to fight the best. With me putting my arm around Leo's dad, I ain't mean no harm to his dad at all. That was just me picking on Leo Santa Cruz to get some type of, or to awaken some type of fighter spirit or emotion or something. Just to participate in this sport alone is very barbaric and it's brutal. But these guys, it's I left it alone because it's no fun to fight someone that clearly don't want to fight you or don't want to fight back. I want to fight. I want to challenge. I want somebody who's going to challenge me. I thought that at one point he was that, but then I seen the sucker in him. I seen the bitch, and I said, "Oh man, this would be a waste of time." He's scared. He had more. He had almost 5 years to compete against me. He was in the same weight division. He didn't want that.
Did that ever become a frustration to you, Gary? Like being in the division for so long, you've been champion for over 5.5 years. So did it become frustrated to you to the point where this is where you at right now to make these sudden moves to say, you know what, let me think about moving up and let me get on the hunt and start calling out everybody?
Well, of course. I mean, life is about change. Life consistently changes, whether we wanted to or not. We have to have the ability to adapt. You know, um, no one in my weight division wants to fight me. So apparently, it's a lot of the fans and people behind the scenes don't know what goes on. And I feel like the sport needs someone like me. The sport needs someone like me to call it like it is. The sport needs someone that's going to keep it 100 no matter what. And I have the skill set to fluctuate my weight to move up in these weight divisions. I'm not afraid to fight these guys. I mean, just listen to the psyche or the zeitgeist of these people's mindset. For them to be like, man, he's so big, this, that, and the third. I can see the sucker in the people that can think that anyway.
Yeah,
Because if we was outside on the street, if this guy, crime happens everywhere. But if we was outside on the street and you was with your mom or with your dad or your little sister, or somebody came up and tried to create some harm to you, you wouldn't care about no size difference. It wouldn't matter at that point. The only thing that matters is to protect yourself. The only difference is I'm not trying to protect myself. I'm a gladiator and I'm a warrior. We supposed to fight the best and want to fight the best. Since no one wants to fight me, I'm willing to move up in weight classes and make history while doing it. No one in the sport of boxing has ever jumped 4 weight divisions at once. No one has ever done it. And I have the skill set to do it. The best thing that Terence Crawford has on his resume is a Yoriokas Gamboa. A 35-year-old Yoriokas Gamboa that was on the 2-year layoff. And the only reason why he moved up in weight was because he was laid off for 2 years. He wasn't doing anything.
yeah.
And he still gave Terence Crawford everything that he wanted. And Yoriokas Gamboa, he's a good fighter, but he has a shitload of holes in his game. Yoriokas Gamboa isn't the fighter that Mr. Gert Russell Jr. is. He don't have the hand speed, the defensive discipline. He was a real reckless type of fighter, and he in boxing is always room for error. But his style of fighting makes room for error very, very likely, and that's what happened.
Hey Gary, speaking about your skill set, man, you are forged from a different type of, steel when it comes to the way you carry yourself and the way you step in the ring. You have definitely, been blessed with the family lineage that you've been a part of and been able to be a part of in life. You all the way down to the lowest. When it comes to you challenging Terence Crawford, Gary, a lot of people are sitting up here saying, okay, well, Terence Crawford, he was hurt by so and so, or he haven't fought nobody, and they'll degrade Terence Crawford, right? He didn't do this in the Olympics and everything else. But yet and still, when Gary Russell come up here and he challenges Terence Crawford to move up 4 weight divisions, they say you out of your mind. You foolish for even thinking such. So what do you got to tell the fans who believe and doubt you with possibly setting a different type of bar we ain't seen ever?
Ah, man, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I hope that they continue to support Terence Crawford and continue to doubt just as much as they do if the fight was to happen, because I'm pretty sure I'll be a huge underdog, and I'm gonna go ahead and check my bank account and put a lot of money on myself.
Yeah.
Because that's just what they gonna make it even sweeter for me. At the end of the day. So I mean, it is what it is, man. We forged through the fire. Iron sharpens iron.
Hey, you most recently said you talked to Al Heyman again, and you put it out there that some type of communication was gathered, spoken on between you and Al, and a deal was sent. At this point in time, have you heard anything back for Al Heyman yet?
Well, I talked to Al, like I said, I want to say a day ago, a day or two ago. Haven't heard anything back from Al yet, but the only reason why we haven't heard anything back from Al is because we ain't getting no response yet.
Okay.
You know, now I'm planning on calling Al probably later on this week today, or maybe sometime tomorrow, just to check and see what the status is on the situation. Because to the fans, I'm one of the ones that's really trying to make this fight happen. You know, I'm really trying to make this fight happen. If it doesn't happen, it's not because it's on my end. It's not because it's my management team, my promotional team, or etc. None of that. Everybody's on board on this end.
What's
You
your
know,
weight at right now, Gary?
right now, shit, I'm like 140.
Okay. All right. So you close. You
I'm
close.
feeling good at 142. I'm feeling good. A lot of people fail to realize that, I stay in the gym all the time, so I don't really have to cut weight and stuff like that, but I do have to cut when it's time for me to fight to get to 26. You know, when you cut weight, you drain the nutrients and the energy and stuff in your body that you really need. You know, the fact that I don't have to do that anymore, or I possibly wouldn't have to do that anymore, I'll still bring my hand speed. I'll
Yeah.
still bring the punching ability that I had. I'll still bring my elusiveness. I'll still bring just the pure dog and grit to go and get it by no matter what any means. You know, it's gonna be amazing.
I feel you, bro. I feel you.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm one of those type of guys that get up on. I get up on having the opportunity to do something. Mate, ask any real competitor. You know, if they was to fight or play against a team that really isn't that good, you know, they probably don't train as hard.
Yeah.
They probably don't train as hard. But when you got somebody that's in front of you that everybody's big enough and it's supposed to be good, it's supposed to be the best, you get up for that. I get excited when I see that. I get excited when I see an honorable competitor, somebody that's suitable for the challenge. I get up for that. I'm a real warrior. A lot of people in the sport of boxing, they're just boxing. It's a difference.
You know, I heard on another video back then that you like to go hunting and you like to, basically cultivate your own food, right? But
Right.
recently it seemed like you've been on the hunt, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of talk has been stemming back to the Olympics about the situation that went on between you and Terence Crawford. And you was like, hey, you stepped up to me, you was talking reckless, and you got punched in the mouth. But I see some of the people that was there was saying it was a sucker punch, even though they said they never saw it. And what's your response on that? If you didn't see it, how could it be a sucker punch?
I completely 110% agree. If the fans just have a little bit of common sense, just a little bit, you'll
Yeah.
be able to holes within the story. You know, to be to be honest with you, this was never a story that I wanted to even put out. This happened years ago. I could have been put this story out. I wasn't the one that put this story out. You know, Terrence wasn't even nobody that was on in my sights. He wasn't even anyone that I was thinking about. Um, but I guess barbershop conversations, Fred, he got wind of the story that Todd had put out.
Okay.
Uh, put this out maybe like 3 years back. And this is when Matisse was real hot, and they was asking Todd about Terrence Crawford, a possible fight between Terrence Crawford and Matisse. And he told them, "Well, I'm not really sold on Terrence Crawford. It was a whole, as you can see, when he fought Gamboa, he got wobbled, and even when I don't want to put all his business out there, but him and Gary Russell got into a little scuffle, and
Yeah.
I think, and that chin problem would haunt him for the rest of his career. So that was something that was already put out into the universe, not by me. The question was asked to me. He said, "Well, hey, it's a rumor going on that you broke Terrence Crawford's jaw." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know about that." He was like, "Oh, so it's not true?" I'm like, "Nah, he definitely got punched in the fucking face. I just don't know about his jaw being broken out, you know." But no, that was fact, you know. And how could it be a sucker punch when I'm sitting on one side of the room, you come and approach me and ask me a question? We're all elite fighters, you know. We're all fighters. Um, and you come across the room, you ask me a question, I answer your question, and then you approach me very aggressively yelling. If you
Yeah.
are not a threat, if you are not a threat and you're within arm's reach, you need to make it clear that you are not a threat. You need to make it clear that you're not a threat. If you're within my space and my vicinity, you need to make it clear that you're not a threat. He was yelling and spitting and getting loud. And what normally happens before punches get thrown? Normally a lot of yelling and all that. I
Yeah.
was a very few words. You know, I wasn't gonna wait and give him the opportunity where I was supposed to wait for him to swing on me first. Nah, it don't work that way. So he got punched in the face, and he did not attempt to fight back. He grabbed his mouth, and then people came and got him between. So. Now since he said something, now he in my sights. What's up?
I hear that, man. I remember you pointing to the camera and said, whichever one of you suckers raise your hand first.
Yeah,
That
and
was
I mean
classic.
it. And I mean it. And I mean it. Everything that I've ever gave the fans has never been watered down. It's never been watered down. It's always been 100% authentic. You know,
I thought
and
that's what they was looking for, Gary. You know, in the sport of boxing, social media is a plus and a minus. It's according to how it
yeah,
benefits you. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I thought
yeah,
that's what they was looking for. Somebody like yourself to come out here, keep it 100, because you hear cats come on all the time and say, "Yeah, I'm the realest. I keep it a buck. I keep it 100. I want to be real with you." And then you get somebody like yourself that's been going at different fighters, telling them what you want, and they can't do nothing about it, and there's been no response to it.
none. You got people that's in my weight division, that's been in my weight division. I have the most prestigious title that there is in the sport of boxing, which is the WBC. None of the guys that was ever in my division, whether it was a Carl Frampton, a Leo Santa Cruz, a Scott Quigg, a Josh Warrington, to even when I got the title, from Johnny Gonzalez, I
Yeah,
got the title because he knocked out Abner Mars. Even when I got the title from Johnny Gonzalez, Abner Mars still ain't want to get none of this motherfucker smoke. I mean, we can keep going up the list. Shakur Stevenson, he never wanted to fight, wanted to take this fight. I work with Shakur, you know what I'm saying? And I like Shorty, and I can understand why him and his team would want to take the fight. You know what I'm saying? They want to help better his career. I put a halt to that shit. I press
didn't
the
you?
pause.
I don't mean to cut you off, Gary. Didn't you beat King Tut, the guy who beat the guy who fought him in the Olympics? Something like that.
There you go. There you go. Somebody listen. Somebody listen. Somebody wheels turning. Um, well, the guy who Shakur Stevenson lost to in the gold medal rounds, King Tut fought him in the professionals and beat him. And I
Okay.
just beat King Tut in unanimous decision. So y'all do the math. I beat the guy that beat the guy who we
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
And it's actually a interview that's out there that Shakur Stevenson had put out back when, and they were asking him how did he feel as though a fight was there between me and Javante Tank Davis. And Shakur Stevenson said, I like Shakur, man. I like
Yeah.
Shakur. I like Shakur. Um, he kept it 100. He kept it 100. He said, "Man, I'm not gonna lie. I sparred with both of them, and the hardest I've ever been hit, period, was by a right hook by Mr. Gary Russell Jones." So
I remember that interview. Yeah.
yeah. So I respect Shorty. I think he's the only one that would have the balls to fight me if it came down to it. Honestly, I think he's the only one, and I think that's only because he's young. Um, Sometimes when you're young, you don't make the best decisions.
For sure. I understand that true words, man. Do you ever feel some type of way, Gary, that your career, being able to achieve what you achieve, right, and reigning as champion as long as you have defeating Johnny Gonzalez, who did in fact, stop Abner Mares, who fought Leo Santa Cruz twice, but yet Leo Santa Cruz never wanted to fight Gary Russell. Do you ever get a little bit agitated when people still tag you only to Lomachenko because of what he's been able to do in his career, fighting for the vacant title, and then you coming up short? Can you kind of give us a little detail? I kind of think I heard you talk about it a little bit at the Barclays, but give me a little backstory on how that process worked with the weight and everything.
Well, realistically speaking, like I say, I do have to cut weight to get to 126. And the entire time that we was making weight, our whole 6 to 8 week training camp, we was making weight, and the scale that we were making weight on was incorrect.
Okay.
And when we actually got there and went to weigh in, I was only a pound and a half overweight on our actual scale. So that wasn't nothing. A pound and a half, that ain't bad. I can lose a pound and a half. We get on the actual trial scale, the scale we're competing on, and we get on the scale, I'm 5.5 pounds overweight.
Mm.
Yeah, so I'm 5.5 pounds overweight. And we lose this 5.5 pounds by, I don't know if anybody ever got in the sauna or anything like that, but 45 minutes in the sauna, maybe 3 minutes out, dry off, back in the sauna for another 30 minutes, dry off again, you know, cold shower, try to cool the body down a little bit, dry off for about 3 minutes, back in the sauna again for about another 30, 40 minutes. And we repeated this process.
Mm.
We repeated this process until we got down in weight and made the weight. It was my first opportunity to compete for a world title. So
Yeah.
I was willing to do just about anything,
Yeah.
yeah, at that point. And I paid for it. I paid for it, but experience is the best teacher. If I would have known what I've known now, I would have I wouldn't have made the weight. I wouldn't have cut all that weight. I would have just allowed them to find me,
All
and
right.
I would have still competed, and I would have beat that ass because I would have had the energy to be able to perform the way that I normally would perform. And I wouldn't have won the title. I wouldn't have won the title because I would have lost on the scale based upon the fact that I didn't make weight. You know,
Correct.
I I would have got fined, but I would have still competed and I would have won the fight. Pretty much what Carl Frampton did, because Carl Frampton was moving up from 122 to 126, and he was fighting in the eliminators match,
Hmm.
and he had the he was competing at 126, and he lost on the scale, and that fight, the winner of that fight, qualified them to fight me for the WBC world title. Yeah, now he was moving up from 122 to 126, and he lost on the scale, so it disqualified him to be able to compete against me, but he still won the fight. You
I
know,
got
so
you.
so that's pretty much what I would have done if I would have had the intellect that I have now. But that's what happened. You know, you can't cry over spilled milk. I'm a gladiator. You gotta take me out on my shield, even with
Yeah.
me. Yeah, even with me being completely drained of my energy, I still knocked him on his ass in a fight that was not called a knockdown. That should have
Right.
been called a knockdown. And that would have made the fight a draw at its best. That would have made the fight a draw at its best.
Hey, Garrett, speaking of that, right? That kind of remind me of Zab Judah, dropping Floyd Mayweather and didn't get called because his glove touched the ground. But with you can see that Lomachenko's left foot was outside your foot when you hit him with the left hook, I believe, and
Yeah.
end up dropping him. Do you think legitimate the ref didn't see it, or they just weren't trying to give you that knockdown at the time?
Man, I think it could have been a combination of both. Could have been a combination of both. I'm not sure. I know what happened. I seen what happened, and I was able to put it out there to the fans. And this the funny part about it. In most cases, nah, fuck that shit. They knew what they was doing. I think they just wasn't trying to give it to. Because in most cases, even if a slip or a possible knockdown would have occurred, they'll show a replay. In that particular fight, they never showed the replay of the fall down or anything like that.
Okay.
I think that was very strategic of them.
I think you threw like a left.
Now that I think about it,
Yeah,
I was throwing a combination and the left hand landed.
correct.
Yep.
You throw like your left, you doubled up on the right, and then you came with the left again, and he was heading to the canvas. It was so quick. I was like, I can understand why he hit the canvas. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But and the ref is right there. He's right there, and he's saying it. He didn't call it. Maybe say he didn't see it. I don't know. But even if the ref didn't see it, in most cases, if a fall or a trip or a slip was to come up, it'd be a replay. It was never a replay shown. So I don't know what the network was doing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I know it's been a lot of people that you attached to recently, but that name Lomachenko always rings a bell. And I tell people like you can't compare the man's entire career just to Lomachenko without knowing the backstory. And then I think you was at a higher weight. You was at super feather, and you had to drop weight to come back and fight for that vacant title, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, and it's so funny that you mentioned how they always attach Lomachenko to my laws. I think that's strategic as well. Whenever I fight, they bring up Lomachenko. Whenever Lomachenko fight, they never bring up Salida.
Correct. Hey, that's true. That's
I'm
true.
just saying, all everything, anything I say is some factual, real shit. They nah, you can go and research it yourself. You
Yeah.
know, they never mention them. They never mention Salida. But anytime I compete, they even the commentators, you never really hear them, say positive stuff about me like that. Even with the King Tut fight, I was beating King Tut ass the whole fight, and the commentation did not match the fight.
Correct. Yeah.
Commentation did not match the fight. It was like they had a preset game plan to sway the people to make them feel like they were saying something other than what they were doing, what they were saying. I mean, the only thing that they could possibly say, only good things that they could say about these guys is, well, they're hitting him with some good baddie shots. Who the fuck counts baddie shots? Unless unless they are a debilitating baddie shot that's going to take a person down to the canvas, or
Hey,
is clearly hurting the person. It's fine. It seems like they just try to find something to say because it's like I don't give them nothing to say because I be beating people's asses.
hey, Gary, we can say the same thing about your fight with Lomachenko. Paulie Malignaggi wasn't trying to give you no credit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the commentating was like everything Lomachenko did was elevated. And then, everything you did is like, oh, your time is not there. Your punches ain't landing flush. Even coming from Paulie, man, and Al Bernstein, man.
Well, I mean, I can't. To be honest with you, I can't even feel no type of way. I can't even feel no type of way about what they were saying in the commentation of that particular fight because that wasn't a Gary Russell Jr. at his best. That was a dehydrated version of Mr. Gary Russell Jr. So if they were saying that my timing wasn't there, they were 110% correct. If they were saying that my footing and all that stuff wasn't there, they're 110% correct. My sense of distance, range, and everything was off. In the first round, I remember coming back to the corner in the first round, and my father said, "How you feel?" I said, "Man, I'm tired as shit. My feet feel heavy. I felt like I had bricks on my feet.
Yeah.
I couldn't barely lift my legs up." But have you ever gotten in a swimming pool before?
Yeah.
And when you finish swimming, a nice good swim, how you get out the water, how your body just feels heavy.
Absolutely.
I felt like that the entire fight.
Okay.
The entire fight. You know, um, it's so funny because in most cases I was having mirages in that fight. And in most cases, people associate when you associate a mirage is a form of hallucination. And most of the
True.
time when you hear a mirage, it's when someone's in the desert or they're really, really extremely hot. And that's because they they suck so much energy out and they're sweating now. They're starting to lose fluid from the brain. They starting to lose fluid from the brain. They drain so much energy or sweated so much that now they're losing fluid from the brain. So now it makes them see things differently. So in that particular fight, my sense of distance and range was off. Like I would start throwing punches before I was actually close enough to hit him because I felt like he was closer to me.
Okay.
Like my sense of
Yeah.
distance and range, all of that shit was fucked up in that fight. You
Damn.
know, everything was fucked up in that fight, and it was still a split or whatever majority decision, split decision fight, and it was a knockdown in the fight. I'm a dog. They gotta take me out on my shield. They gonna take me out on my shield. If me and Lomachenko fight 100 times, I will beat his ass 99.
So why you think he haven't really returned? Next is the 35. And appreciate that, man. Appreciate that backstory and providing that astute analogy, man, because I was able to educate myself on the way you was thinking at that time, being dehydrated. And when you
Right.
get hydrated, you do think differently. You do
You think
hallucinate.
that yeah, you hallucinate. And I mean the word hallucinate was a little dramatic, but I wanted to give you a good
Yeah.
understanding of what I was going through at that time. My sense of distance and range was off. I was dizzy the whole fight, like my feet, and he couldn't knock me down. He couldn't knock me down. He never hurt me, and my body is going through all this stress and everything else, but he still couldn't do nothing to hurt me. He couldn't stop me. He couldn't do none of that.
Yeah, I think
Lomachenko, what's up,
go ahead.
man? What's
I
up,
think
man?
I think his best punch was when he caught you with the right uppercut or something like that. But you didn't stumble, you didn't go down,
And
and
guess,
not.
and guess what? And guess what? Even that punch right there that he hit me with, it was a punch that didn't have no power on it. And the reason why was I was pulling back. I was pulling completely back. So first of all, that's a no no. That's a no no. I was taught better than that, you
Yeah,
know. But once again, I was thinking differently. I didn't have the right energy. I ain't had nothing, But I was pulling back. And in most cases, for somebody to land a solid punch or a good hard shot, it got to be at that perfect distance or range. He wasn't at the perfect distance or range when he hit me. I was pulling back, so the shot hit me,
yeah,
but it wasn't completely effective because I was pretty much out of range for the shot anyway. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't get no full blunt on the shot. But like you say, that was the best shot he threw the whole fight.
yeah. That makes sense, man. I remember the first time. I know you told me. You say, you know what? I'm going up to 35. I plan on going up to 35. And you was mentioning Javante name. And I kind of asked you. I said, why not 30? He said, ain't nobody I want to fight at 30. It's nobody there. So I want to go up to 35. Why
That's a
did
fact.
why didn't the situation, the call out of Javante ever matured into anything, because that would be a legitimate fight people will go to. It's a lot of heavy hitters, so to speak, in the 35 division, when it comes to popularity. Why that never maturated?
Man, these dudes don't want no parts of me, man. That's
Floyd
why
never hit you up?
but he he hit me up. He did hit me up. He hit me up to ask me to stop talking about Tank on social media. That's what he hit me up for.
Okay.
He ain't hit me up. He ain't hit me up to make no motherfucking fight. You know what I'm saying? He ain't hit me up to make no fight. He was hitting me up because it was too many people calling him saying, "Hey man, it's this dude saying, man, he want to fight your man, Joe. Like, what's up with him?"
Yeah.
Floyd ain't like that, so he was like, "Man, can you stop talking about my fighter?" Oh my, and pay attention when he fought. Tank fought someone I don't know when, and one of the media they asked him, "So, well, since you just fought, don't you think a fight with you and Mr. Gary Russell Jr. be a good fight?" Tank said no immediate. He said no. I put it on my social media. It's on my Instagram. Tank said no immediately. And then after he said no, Floyd grabbed the mic. He took the mic from Tank.
Mm,
How you gonna not let this man answer a damn question? What type of shit is that?
yeah.
He's a grown man. He can talk for himself. He ain't wanting to put his foot in his mouth to say something. He ain't wanting to write a check that his ass couldn't cash.
Hey, Gary, he didn't give you the option like he gave who was that fighter? He was saying like, who was that? He was talking about you fight my boy Rolly, and then I give you Garcia. You know what I'm saying? Or something like that. He didn't give you that option. I forgot who he was.
They don't give me them options, man. These guys scared for real. They taking the sucker route. They taking the punk route. They not taking the man route. They not taking the man route. They putting these guys in front of people that they're easily gonna beat. Someone who's not a threat, someone that they feel like they know they're gonna beat. What real fighter has that type of mentality? Put me in there with somebody that I know I'm gonna beat. You know what I'm saying? Then when Floyd took the mic from Tank, he was like yeah, well I don't think Gary's at 130 as of yet. And if he is, if he do move up, he'll have to fight for, someone credible first before he was to fight Tank or some shit like that. That's an excuse because the guy that Tank was fighting just moved up from 122
Yeah.
and he had no title. He didn't have nothing of no prestige. That was just some type of manipulation to the people just to give them some type of bullshit excuse to why they wouldn't fight me. When the real excuse is I'm too much of a risk, I'm too much of a threat, and I can actually beat that ass.
Hey, he know it's true, so he didn't really want to give up his cash cow, man, for that sacrifice. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
It would have been a damn good fight. You know,
Oh, it would have been no damn. Listen, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been. I ain't gonna lie. I would have beat Tank ass. I'd
I
have
remember
beat
you
the shit.
telling me at the Barclays, Gary, you said by the third round, he ain't gonna know what to do. You know, he gonna be out on his feet. He ain't gonna know what to do.
Yeah, by the third, fourth round, Shawty wouldn't know what to do. He'd be lost in the sauce. He'd be lost in the sauce. These guys are just good athletes. I'm a thinker. I'm an apex predator. I'm an apex predator. In that square, I'm omnipresent. People don't even understand what the shit that I'm saying. In that square, I'm omnipresent.
I mean, being vigilant from all surroundings.
Yeah, I'm omnipresent in that square. No one in the sport of boxing can duplicate the stuff that I do in that ring. Tank is nothing but a good athlete. He do got a little amateur pedigree and cool. That's cool. He think he can punch a little bit. You need more than that shit to deal with certain type of animals.
One thing you have is discipline, Gary, right? Do you think Tank not being disciplined out of the ring, ballooning up in weight is going to be somewhat his downfall because he walk around above 140. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to him staying at the lightweight division right now, people say he's too small to move up to 140. Do you think that's going to be his downfall? You know, if they complain about he's too small, but yet you willing to come up from featherweight, bypass 30, 35, 40, and challenge at 47, and you always in shape. Is maintaining your conditioning in between fights an important role?
Oh no, it definitely is. Maintaining your conditioning in between fighters is definitely an important role. But I got a completely different zeitgeist than a lot of these dudes, man. You know, and I also got the skill set to do it. I can fluctuate. These guys are one dimensional. They're only good at doing one particular thing. Tank is just good at just hitting hard, throwing some hard punches. I never really see any intellect in his fights. You know, after about the fifth round, sixth round, depending on how hard the fight is or how hard somebody pushing him, he only started throwing about 5 punches a round. Copybox showed he was only throwing 5, 6 punches a round after the fifth round. I throw about 15 in less than 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And I got intellect behind it. I realize I control what happens in that sport. People don't understand it, but I do. I control what happens in that square. It's pretty much just physics. It's physics and having the ability to get to your destination quicker. I control what a person does or what they don't do by just my body positioning alone. And I can do that shit real fast. I can calculate it real quick. By me just standing in a certain position, I know what punch a person could throw back effectively if he was to attempt to throw it, just by the positioning that I'm putting myself. So
Yeah.
that means I immediately know how to capitalize off of it. But I can put this shit together in a millisecond and then be able to redirect my attack or my approach at the same time. There's nobody in the sport of boxing doing anything like that.
Hey, Gary, with the young lions that's coming up, and most of them are sitting. You know, Shakur is on his way up, but a lot of them are sitting in the 35-pound division. And I was listening to I was actually tuned in to the barbershop conversations when the situation went down, when you called out, or Devin Haney's name came into the situation. Why did that fight fall off? Because I know you and Bill Haney, I just recently had a conversation with him briefly, but that would have been a good fight. But when it
Yeah,
comes
it's
down
been
to
a good fight.
experience wise, man, I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure if him being in the sport as long as he has up to this point, I don't think he would have been exactly ready for somebody like Gary Russell right now.
I mean, that could be the main reason why we didn't get a response back from his dad or from anyone from his team. Because if you paid attention to the barbershop conversation, it was very apparent that I was initiating, a possible deal between me and Devin Haney. A fight to make happen. No one wanted to fight him. Apparently, Lomachenko gave up his title to duck him. Like, gave up his title to get the franchise title. So if that's the case, ain't nobody fighting your son. Ain't nobody trying to fight me. Why not make this fight happen? And I told his father. I kept it real with him. I said, man, listen, your son in a win-win situation. He said, why you say that? I said, because I said if I scorch his little ass, you know what I'm saying, he'll lose. He lost to one of the best fighters in the world, one of the longest reigning champions in the world. You know what I'm saying? And he's only 21 years old, so he'll be able to bounce back from it.
Yeah,
And on top of it, he'll make the most money he's ever made in his career. And if he wins, he beat one of the best fighters in the world,
true.
and he still get the most money in his career. Why not make this shit happen? I gave him a figure, and they never came back to me. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe the fight could probably still materialize into something. I don't know. I can't say Bill always been cool since the first day I met him, or he seemed always cool since the first day I met him. You know what I'm saying? He was always cool. Seemed like a straightforward dude.
Yeah, I say the same thing. Bill Devin, always been cool cats, man. When I met him out there at the boxing, when they was at the fight week or what have you. Javante sitting at 35, Haney sitting at 35. Everybody would definitely like to see the Lomachenko fight, but Lomachenko, pretty much ducked Devin Haney and vacated the WBC to go to franchise. Now, this is where I come and ask you this question. Why in the hell they didn't choose Gary Russell as the first franchise WBC, since you've been the damn long-term holder of the WBC coveted title? That didn't even
Listen,
mention your name. Mauricio
that
Sulaiman didn't say, let me go get Gary Russell.
that don't even make no sense at all, does it?
None at all, man.
None at all, man. None at all. I mean, I'm still mind boggled by that myself. I don't know. That leave me scratching my head, man. I don't know. I don't know. But I
Do
mean,
you
it
even
could
care about it? Do you
it
even care
could be.
about the franchise?
I do. I do, but I don't. I do, but I don't. You know. Um, for example, I care. I'm gonna give you an example. I care about the pound for pound list, but I don't care about it because my name not on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
that makes sense to you. I'm not mentioned in the pound for pound list. I know I got the skill set better than anybody, almost everybody that's competing in the sport of boxing right now. My name not on the pound for pound list, so it's a waste of my time to even think about it. So it's one of those type of situations. But I definitely asked the same question that you just asked. Um, but I mean, politics plays a big factor. I feel like politics is nothing more than a group of people that's put in place to reward or take away from whoever they want to reward or take away from. That's it. That's all. I think that's just politics. That's politics in a nutshell. However you want to cut it, slice it, or dice it. Sometimes you just got to play with the cards that's dealt.
yeah. I get it, man. It just seems like no black fighters has been nominated just yet for the franchise belt. When you was the longer reigning, Deontay Wilder was also one of the longest reigning WBC champs, and then yourself, neither you or him was nominated first and foremost for the WBC, and then now they want to nominate Teofimo Lopez if he beats Vasily Lomachenko to be the next franchise championship holder. So, besides that, Gary, let me move up to 140. Nobody interests you at 140, huh? No names up there at all interest you to say, let me fight somebody at 140. Even Adrian Broner. Has Adrian Broner name came up on your radar, man, to even touch down at 140?
Nah, his name did mention, and I told him I meet AB at 47 too. I wouldn't even make him cut the 140. I meet
Okay.
him at 47. But Al Heyman reached out to Adrian Broner and them as well. And Adrian Broner's response was he didn't know when he was going to get back into the ring. At the time, I think he was going through some personal issues. I'm not sure, but we definitely do have a life outside of boxing.
Yeah.
You know, I understand that, but he was a possible. It didn't turn into anything, you know.
How long does it take to get in shape? If I was mentioning to somebody about AB, right? And AB get in the media and always talk. for someone like yourself that's always staying in shape in between fights. Adrian Broner, not so much. What is the minimum week to healthy, to be healthy enough to cut weight to get down from AB walking around 150, 155? Because Errol Spencer mentioned he was like a 187 and he had to cut to 147. So what's the minimal time in fight camp a fighter needs to trim down and drop that many pounds?
I mean, it depends on the individual. To be honest with you, a good training camp for me is 6 to 8 weeks. That's a good camp, but that's me basically having my camp broken down from strength and conditioning to you know uh to our technical training to sparring, and so it's our camps is broken up in segments. Our camp isn't based upon cutting weight. A lot of these guys, majority of their training camp, a lot of these guys, they can't even focus on what the end goal is because majority of their camp is focused on cutting weight.
Okay, got you, got you.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It depends on the individual. But
I got,
I'm guessing if they was big like that, I would want at least a month just focus on nothing but weight. I've never been in that position because I'm always in shape. I mean, I'm always in shape. I'm always in the gym. This when I'm done with the sport of boxing, I still be in the gym. That goes back to that intimacy. No one else benefits from it but you. My wife comes in the gym. I get her coming in workout, and sometimes the baby's coming in put a little work in there. But I say about a solid month on just nothing but just cutting weight. The only thing they should be focused on is cutting weight. Nothing, no other training, all that other trying to work on the game plan. That shouldn't even be in nothing in the mentions. That whole month should be focused on cutting weight. And then after that they had time to put into it. So it depends. It depends on the individual.
hey, y'all, you and your family have a dynamic, man, when it comes to setting an example in boxing. When we talk about 140, you still got the last one sitting up in there.
And that's why look, and
13 and 13 knockouts.
that's why I ain't wanna go to 140. I can't take all
Okay.
the food. I
Yeah,
can't take
yeah.
all the food. You know what I'm saying? My little brother, he at 140, man. Gary Antoine Russell, he's a dog. He's a monster, man. He's a monster. He's gonna be coming real, real soon. And all the guys that I'm mentioning, they about to be in the trouble. They about to be in the position where as though they been gonna be in a rock and a hard place because I'm gonna be at 35. I'm gonna go to I would go to 47 to fight Terence Crawford.
Terrence. Yeah.
Definitely. But after that fight, I go back to 35.
Oh,
I
so
go
you're
to
gonna hang
35.
around at 35. Cool.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna hang around at 35 because them are all the guys I want to fight. I definitely wanted Vasily Lomachenko. I definitely wanted Javante Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? Um, Devin Haney, Shawty he can get smoked. If he can get it too. You know what I'm saying? But those the guys that I want at 35. And if they don't fight me at 35, I mean even Teofimo Lopez, Shawty cool, Lord Gordo, he cool. You know what I'm saying? But he right there. I ain't no friends in that shit at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That shit in that point. So he fair game too. You know what I'm saying? I heard that the fight wasn't gonna happen. I said shit, I fight even one of them. You know what I'm saying? I fight even one of them. Now that the fight ain't happening, I fight even one of them. That's why I said first one raise their hand. First one raise their hand, get it. I ain't that. That's facts. That's
Well,
fact.
first sucker raise his hand. Hey, speaking of Antoine, man, I know it's I call it like G checking, man. I'm from the old school, like it's almost like you G check, you know, you talked about Bernard Hackett, Jaleel Hackett's father, and you basically
Hey,
said,
man, I'm glad. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
and it's kind of like you G check the situation from his father on down, and you kind of let the public know how it really goes down, like what's behind the scenes, and and what you're trying to defame me about and devalue me as a person. If for real, if you want to talk about what happened in the gym, my little brother stopped your son,
Yo,
and
it's
it
see
was
to be
over.
honest with you, I'm glad you brought it up, man. Jaleel Shorty, on some man shit, I sincerely apologize to you. you know, for even putting it out there like that. That was never my intentions. I genuinely care about you. I knew you your whole life, so you old enough to read energy. You know what I'm saying? It was always love with me. I don't want you to think I was trying to talk you down or put you down. You know, um, in that particular situation, I just felt like it was no reason for you to for his father to attempt to try to give me any advice. I don't need any advice. I watched your son spar with my little brother, and this is what happened. And while your son was on the ground, you still telling him to get up and fight. You know, that's not cool.
Yeah.
And the only reason why that we did the sparring didn't continue was because we genuinely do care about Jaleel. We genuinely do, care about Short. You know, so now we're not gonna let no motherfucker sparring continue. But you can't give me no advice after saying something like that. I don't need no advice from you.
I get you where
You,
you're coming from. And
you know
Jaleel
what I'm
is a
saying?
cool cat. I met him and his father in the A.
And I'm gonna apologize again, man. It took me a couple days to sit back and think about it, but the man in me wouldn't let it continue to go on without saying something publicly to Jaleel, man. It was never to you know what I'm saying, defame you, Shawty, or bring you down at all. Jaleel is definitely a hell of a fighter. You know what I'm saying? He is one of the ones that will come over and give my little brother some work. Because
Yeah.
everybody else, don't nobody come to our gym to give us no work. People get knocked the fuck out coming to our gym. People know. No, we don't get no work in our city. Hey, motherfuckers go to bed in there. People go to bed. They need to bring blankets and pillows and all that shit.
That's the
People
dungeon,
don't
ain't it?
believe. Huh?
That's the dungeon, ain't it? You call
Man,
it dungeon?
it's a dungeon, man. And Jaleel was brought up in that. You know what I'm saying? I
Okay.
was just disappointed. I was disappointed within his father because everything that Jaleel is as a fighter, he was molded from us. He was molded from Gary Russell Jr. and the upbringing from our tutelage. He was molded from us, and it's like I never mind the individual going to do something different. If he felt it's like he wanted to take his son somewhere else to help better his career or do so, then I support you. I support it and I agree with it 110%. You know what I'm saying? I never stand in the way of you doing something for your son or doing something, you know what I'm saying, to better yourself.
Yeah.
I just expect for you to be noble in your approach at doing it, you know. And the moment that he went over there with TMT or whoever, now when they ask him questions about me, it's like low key sneak dissing. You know
I
what I'm
feel you,
saying?
man. I feel you. I
It's
haven't got
low
to. Yeah.
key. It's like low key sneak dissing and shit like that. I'm like, come on, B. I knew you my whole life. And how could you possibly don't talk down about me when he talking about this Terence Crawford situation? Don't down talk me. You've been around me my whole life, so you know my pedigree. You know what I bring. You know what I can do in the ring. You seen me when I was a little kid. You seen me fuck up grown ass men when I was 14, 15, 16 years old. You was one of them. You was 165 pounds. I was only 114 pounds. And but yet you gonna tell me that, man, you can't move up and you fight this guy and this, man, I don't wanna hear that shit. I don't wanna hear that. I don't wanna hear that. And normally I don't say nothing and I leave things alone. But this like the third or fourth time that I done seen or heard something about Bernard Hackett, like sneak dissing or like down talking me and stuff like that. That was never our code. That was never what we was brought up on. It
I
was
got you.
always morals. It was always morals. It was always principles, integrity, and etc. And it was like, damn, Slim, like that's how you moving. You know what I'm saying? That's how you moving. Like, nah, I can't respect that. But once again, man, I apologize. It was never a thing for Jaleel. Shorty, a hell of a fighter. You know what I'm saying? He was in there with another hell of a motherfucking fighter. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
shit,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And shit happened. He's Javante. Put it like that. He's Javante. He worked with Javante Tank Davis before. And I guarantee you, he ain't never got that outcome.
I
The
got you.
work, that he, the work that he get with my little brothers, and the work that he get when he comes to our gym is what mold them and give him the ability to go and work with these other people that he do, and possibly boost his career when he does decide to turn professional. I just expect the motherfucker to be noble at your approach at. Be real with yourself and be real with the people that you come up with. That's all. But the moment I see some fake bitch shit, I'ma call it out for what it is. And that's just what it was. And Jaleel, once again, shorty, I apologize, man. You know what I'm saying, for you being a casualty of war. It was never meant, that was never my intentions, man. So I hope you accept my apology. But all that shit I said about Bernard, I meant that shit.
Hey, you're a soldier out here. It's a lot of y'all that soldiers out here, man. You know, like you said, but when it comes to the combat sport game, man, y'all in a community that's global, but it's so small, man. Everybody get in contact with everybody. You bound to see them sooner or later. And Jaleel, he didn't get on IG or anything talking reckless about you. You know, I learned a lot about him being on live. Actually, he said you pretty much was with him when he was a baby, and his dad told him, you know, you used to change his diaper sometime, you know, while he was getting work.
Man, Shorty used to get in the ring with me when he was about 4 years old, and I was shadow boxing dance, and all he would do was just sit in the ring and mimic every single thing I did, every day by day by day, every day. You know what I'm saying? And he tried to harness his craft under our tutelage. You know, so nah, man, I never wish no ill will on Shorty. You know what I'm saying? I hope he get whatever God seems fit to give him. You know, and I hate to stand in the way of that, you know, but his father got stop saying little unnecessary goofy shit out his mouth.
Yeah.
That's untruthful. If you feel that type of way, that ain't no shit to put out here on the media. Come call me. You know what I'm saying? Talk to me. But you want to put this shit out here in the media. Stop playing, man. It's real on this end.
Hey, what do you have to say? Shout out to the ones in the chat, man. Line Killer in the building. JC, salute to you. Coco the Don. The question was asked, Gary, you know, what do you say to the people who saying that you got a weak resume? You know, you haven't really fought nobody outside of Lomachenko.
I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. My resume better than Terence Crawford's. My resume better than Terence Crawford's. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and then everybody who's supposed to be somebody don't want to fight me, so they don't know what they're talking about. People talk just to talk. Man, they play telephone. They just do what everybody else do. You know, I mean, I fought Johnny Gonzalez, who had the title, who knocked out Abner Maher. You know, I fought King Tut, who was a medalist as well. I did fight Lomachenko, um, and I beat Jojo Diaz, who went on to become a world champion. So who the fuck did Terence Crawford fight? Those guys better than who? The only person they can give him is a 35-year-old
Gamboa.
yo-yo boy.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying you gotta have a little common sense before you say little slick shit out your mouth, or you say stuff out your mouth. It's people that really understand and know what's going on. And
And you
most
know,
cases,
JoJo don't want to run it back. JoJo ain't trying to get that smoke back, man.
I like JoJo. I
Yeah,
like
JoJo
JoJo.
cool, man.
I like JoJo. I like JoJo. I like JoJo.
It's,
JoJo a dog, man. I like him, man. He knew what he was getting himself into, and he was willing to put it all on the line, you know. And I knew if he would stay with it, and stay focused, that he'd become a world champion. Just like King Tut. King
yeah.
Tut definitely become a world champion. He'd definitely become a world champion. I like to see a Shakur Stevenson fight him.
Okay. I got you.
I like to see a Shakur Stevenson fight him, or one of them guys, or a Tevin Farmer or something. Let him fight one of those guys. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. But I
You
like
think
JoJo. But
you think you go ahead.
I don't think he want to run it back.
So you think you would get a fight? You know, it's already August, man. You think you would get a fight this year in 2020, man?
Hope so. Hope so.
Because I know you and the fam, you fought in February. You know, I had a chance to see all y'all fight on the same card that day when you came out in your African ensemble. You know, to the beat of the drums. You know, like that. I like how y'all always stick to your roots and everything, man. Always You just don't see fighters even doing that anymore. But
Nah,
yeah, all y'all, fought in February this year. So are y'all planning to fight before the year end? And you probably only get about one fight in this year,
that's
huh?
all I want. That's all I want.
Okay.
That's all I want. That's all I want. We can get a fans two this year. We can get a fans two this year. You know what I'm saying? We can do it at the end of the year. Hopefully Terrence and Bob and them, you know what I'm saying? Grow some nuts or something. And be like, all right, let's make the fight happen. I don't know.
Hey, does that fight have to be on PPV, or you willing to fight?
Nah,
No
nah, nah,
crowd,
nah.
whatever.
Nah. I wouldn't fight no crowd. I like it that way anyway. I mean, of
All right.
course, the fans, they kind of miss out on being there to see it live, but I like it that way. You know what I'm saying? It's gritty. It's like that real one on one.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody around. It's just me and you. Let's get it. Ain't nobody around. Ain't nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
let's do it. I love it. I get up for that. I get up for that.
It ain't gonna be no extra energy except the energy coming from both of y'all. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to
Yeah,
dig deep.
yeah.
Well, I hope it happened, man.
I
Really, I
hope
hope
so.
you get some feedback from Terence Crawford, because I ain't gonna lie, for you to move up to featherweight, and even the effort for which you're making, you basically telling people that I have the balls to move up. I got the courage. To do what somebody else ain't doing. I'll go from 26 all the way 4 divisions and move up to 147 and fight Crawford. If they dogging Crawford out for not having a chin and he ain't fought nobody, then why in the hell he can't fight Gary Russell if he don't have an opponent yet?
That's
Especially if
right.
y'all got history together. You
That's
one of the
right.
best boxers technically in the sport. So why not make the fight?
Beats me, man. Let's see, man. Let's see. Hey, look, the fans know what it is, man. I'm the one that's making it shake. I'm walking around shaking trees and kicking doors. We trying to make something happen. I'm trying to find out where these guys hiding at and lifting up rocks, see where they hiding up under.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm just waiting to see who gonna pop out first.
Yeah, for sure, man. Gary, appreciate you stopping through, my brother. It was a pleasure being able to talk to you one on one, man. Because the last time it was a media scrum. It's always good to see you and your family. Like y'all always say, y'all move as a unit, apex
140,
predators.
140 solid. Ain't nobody want 140. Come on. Hey, I'm 140 like this, man. Terrence,
Hey, talk to
Terrence
him,
ain't,
man.
Terrence ain't never been chopped up like that, man. Terrence ain't never been chopped up. He never seen his body never looked like mine, man. Terrence ain't never been chopped up. He know what it is, man. Terrence, stop playing. Stop playing. Come see me, man.
I'm pretty sure he tuned in. He gonna get the word anyway. He probably already know what it is.
He know what it is. Yeah, hell yeah, he know what it is. I know he know what it is. He better know what it is.
I seen him respond to you though. He was in the car. He responded to you. He said, he'll break your neck when he see you in public or whatever in the streets."
Okay, yeah. Okay. He had his opportunity to do that. Now let's do this shit where everybody can see.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it
yeah.
could and it could be beneficial for both of them. Come on, don't take the bitch route. I see what you trying to do. You trying to take the sucker route. You trying to take the sucker route. Don't take the bitch route, man. And act like you, man, I can't wait to see him. I'm gonna do this. Nah, let everybody see it. Let everybody see it. Let everybody see it. Don't just talk to save face. Let everybody see this shit.
Yeah, it don't get no clearer than that. No
Yeah.
clearer than that. Hey, when your brother's gonna step in there? You got Antonio. He down at bantamweight. He's 17-0, 12 knockouts.
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all
Mm-hmm.
planning on fighting on the same card this year, or if you get to fight with Terence Crawford, you just gonna do it solo?
Oh, Ned, we're gonna do a solo. We're gonna do solo, man. We're gonna do our solo thing. It's time for my little brothers to start individualizing themselves. Anyway,
Okay.
I'm tired of them being Gary Russell Jr.'s little brother because we got our own. We are all under the same tutelage. We bring our own different skill set to the ring. And a different level of tenacity. And I'm ready for them to start individualizing themselves. My little brother Antoine. He wanted Robert Easton. He was looking for Robert Easton, but
What Bunny had to say?
man, apparently they already in about to fight somebody or getting ready to attempt to try to fight somebody or something like that.
Okay, I got you.
So that ain't transpiring to something. But after his next fight, we on his ass, my little brother on your ass. I'm trying to tell you, and Antonio, he's ready to make a run for one of these world champions, man. He want to fight, to line himself up for a title. He's ready to line himself up for one of these titles. I know. I think Reagan Dow got one of the titles down there.
Yeah, he
Um.
defeated Robicio. Yeah, Rigondeaux's back at 118. Oh, well, he's in 118, not back. He's in 118.
Uh-huh. Reagan Dow got the jump, but he about to ready to make his run right now too. So we about to be coming real soon.
That's what's good, man. Absolutely. What can they follow you on social media there, Gary?
You can follow me on Instagram at Mr. Gary Russell Jr. Hit me on the gram. Hit me on the gram.
Hey, one last question though. If you step in there with Crawford, what would be one of your pluses heading into that fight, man? Outside of your mental psyche, what would be one of the pluses you'll say that give you the advantage over Terence Crawford?
Damn, you want me to narrow it down to just one?
Yeah, just keep it light. Keep it light.
Dang, you want me to give you just one? Cause I got a couple different reasons why I beat his ass.
All right, go
But
ahead. Go ahead. Don't listen, man. Everybody listening.
man, I'm just saying, man, like he's not a better fighter than me. Terrence Crawford's not a better fighter. He's on a bigger frame. Naturally, he is a bigger guy. He's on a bigger frame. But he thinks he's gonna try to outbox me. He think he'll better outbox me. He's too fucking slow to outbox me. Let's just use logic. As of now, I'm the fastest hands in boxing. If you Google the fastest hands in boxing, my motherfucker picture pop up.
True.
And it's one thing to being fast. It's another thing to be fast and hit your target. It's another thing to know when to be fast and when not to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I will control and dictate everything that goes on in that square. He wouldn't be able to outbox me. I don't care how long his arms is. What he gonna do? Just try to keep me outside with some jabs? I'm gonna slip that shit and get touching his ass. I'm gonna touch him with some shit. He's on too big of a frame. He on too big of a frame. I'm gonna do whatever I want with. I'm gonna do whatever I want with him. I can't get out everything, man, because I probably fuck around and scare him over.
Yeah, we hear you. He did face adversity with Mean Machine in there, who was an Olympian. You know what I'm saying?
Dang, man machine.
Kavalauskas, the one he
Oh
fought last.
yeah, 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 yeah. He got dropped, didn't he?
Yeah, he got dropped in third, I believe.
Yeah, he got dropped. He got
He
dropped.
finished the fight though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He finished. He finished. But he got set on his ass. That mean he got kinks in his arm. One thing about I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna give you out it. Terrence Crawford gets hit. He gets hit. I don't give a fuck what fight you seen him fight in. You seen his ass get hit. You don't see that too often with Mr. Gary Russell Jr. I'm gonna touch his ass. I'm going to touch him. I'm going to touch him. At some point, his ass getting touched. I'm telling you that now. I'm going to touch him. He ain't gonna be able to stop him. He's not defensive discipline enough. He's
Is
not
it all
defensive.
Hey Gary, is it all about the brand, of the fighter that you fight? Because I know you'll have easy go at Virgil Ortiz, who's sitting up there for whatever reason, who got that title by fighting nobody. But that'll be easy work to put you at the top of the ranks at welterweight. But a lot of people might have something to say about it. If you come all the way from where you at, all the way up and face somebody like Virgil Ortiz, and I don't think they even give you the fight, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean it's possible, but I do
That's
know
if you
that.
don't get Terrence.
Well, I don't know. I do know they got this. It's some type of ruling where as though if it's a fight that the fans demand or is a high quality fight or high demand fight that they're willing to fluctuate the rules to make the fight happen.
All
You
right,
know,
I got you.
so it's definitely room to make certain fights happen. But once again, politics is nothing but a group of people put in place to reward or take away from whoever they want to reward or take away from. So we just gotta play with the cards that's dealt. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Hey, I'm gonna let you go, champ. I know you got to head back to the dungeon, hunting, whatever you got going on over there. I know you're on the battlefield one way or the other. Fine
Yeah,
tuning the skills, man.
that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
I want to give you a salute from World Combat Sports, man. It's a pleasure. And once again, shout out to Jackal Fitness, AWD, man. Thank you, champ, and look forward to seeing you step in the ring this year, man.
Man, I look forward to stepping in the ring. Like I say, man, whichever one of y'all suckers raise your hand first, man, y'all can get it, man.
There you go. You heard it from the one and only Mr. Gary Russell Jr., 31-1, man, in the game for a while, undefeated when it comes to defense of his WBC title. So if he's the little guy in the game, come take his title from him. Come take it. You know what I'm saying? It's that easy.
It's that easy. I don't want this shit, man. I don't want this shit, man.
All right, man. Salute to you. Take it easy, man. Be safe out there. What's good, everybody? Let me get to some. Appreciate everybody who stopped through. I was pretty much trying to get the interview done. Hey, man, Jackal Fitness, man, I ain't see you over here on the Facebook side of the house, man. Dang. Shout out to Jackal Fitness AWD official, man, the underground kings of boxing media for sure, man. Say, Gary, what's up, Slim? They scared of that Mumbo Sauce cousin. Those are the ones who set this up for me, man. I appreciate you. Too much politics and bullshit. I didn't even see y'all over here on the Facebook side of it. How Gary reigned 126 for 5+ years. Gary nice with it, but he ain't reigned at 126. He barely fights. And his only notable fights is an L. Don't get it twisted. He is nice, but don't claim the vision when the work say different. You can claim the vision if he ain't been beat. You know what I'm saying? If he ain't been beat, he ain't been beat. Vasily Lomachenko, since then, count the years. Numbers don't lie. You know what I'm saying? If you can count 20, he faced Vasily Lomachenko in 2014. If you count the years on when he defeated Johnny Gonzalez to now, numbers don't lie. I mean, why don't y'all do your own assessment, man? You have home keys. You have accessible phonetic keyboards in front of you to drop a Google search, to put in a search engine, an inquiry, allow that inquiry to ping from the sender to the distant end and get your response back. That response is called a TTL, time to live. That's what happened. If you don't know what ping stand for from a communication guy, it's called packet internet groping. It goes out and it comes back. All you have to do is just put in the inquiry, send it out, and you're going to get your response. That's what type of era we live in. You can't say he ain't reign and no division because he got one loss to Lomachenko. That's the exact stuff I was asking him about. I mean, come on, y'all got to do better than that. What's up, Rob? Quantum Rob in the building. Salute to you, man. Appreciate you stopping through. One thing about this boxing game in life, you're not going to get everybody to like you. Cruz, Bud is undisputed at 140. That's long gone. That's past, bro. Like, do better. That's over. Yeah, we all know he stopped Ndongo in 3. You know what I'm saying? Regis stopped him in 2 rounds. I mean, we know that. What are you saying though? Bud is not at 140 right now. So what interest would it have for Gary Russell to even talk about Terence Crawford was undisputed at 140? Who cares? He's a 3-division champion. Terence Crawford is a 3-division champion. Hands down. Undisputed at 40. Champion at 47. Tone said, King Tut has another title eliminated for your title verse. King Tut is still sitting in the number 1 position. And you're right, Tone. He's still sitting at the number 1 position. So it's gonna come a time and a place. Just think about it. If Gary Russell went in there and defeated King Tut already, who defeated the guy who beat Shakur Stevenson in the pros, the guy who defeated Shakur Stevenson in the Olympics, King Tut defeated him in the professional ranks, and Gary defeated King Tut, like was said. What's going on, Steven? Clarence, what's good? Shalon said Gary the Goon. Clarence said World Combat Sports. Shout out to you, Clarence. Appreciate that. The fight should go down in New York Barclays Center. It'll be good, man. It'll be good, if they would open it up. We're still waiting for that area and that footprint to open back up. You know what I'm saying? That's all we're waiting on. Definitely we'd like to see the Barclays, MSG. I love going over to NYC for fights, man. I love it over there. Shalom said, fastest hand, hashtag mumbo sauce. JC says, so basically Gary saying everyone ducking. He didn't say that. Look, one thing I can say, JC, is Gary Russell keep the same language all the time. And if he's basically made mention that people don't want to face him, and it hasn't happened, especially except the ones who are standing in that position to face him, like the number one rank or the mandatories. Hey, you never heard of Gary Russell just sitting up here denying to fight people. He had champions in his own division, people. You trying to tell me Abner Mares, who fought Johnny Gonzalez, you trying to tell me Leo Santa Cruz, who fought Abner Mares twice, is not able and willing to step over there next door and fight Gary Russell? But yet all of a sudden he get in his career a fourth division champion and say, you know what? Instead of me fighting Russell, who's right here, let me go over here and try to fight Javante. It's something wrong with that. Y'all don't see anything wrong with that. Y'all don't see anything wrong with that. You're a four division champion. You holding Gary Russell to a standard of your own in criticism, but yet you're not holding anybody else across the board in his division who's reigned. I'm talking about have more divisions or whatever the case may be, current champions in the featherweight. You're not criticizing them for not saying, hey, let's try to unify. Let's fight. You know what I'm saying? I know Shakur Stevenson came in, he got the strap, and he dipped. Shakur Stevenson's on the hunt. I always tell you, Shakur Stevenson's on the move, period. I like how he's moving, and he came in, got the strap, boom. He didn't want to fight Gary Russell Jr. He even said, that's like big bruh, and they learned a lot. He respected him and everything. You can't call it a duck because the fight was even nowhere close to being made. And to be all honest, it would have been a bad fight for Shakur Stevenson to step in here right now with somebody like Gary Russell. Seriously, at that weight, it would have been a bad fight. I don't give a damn what you're saying. It would have been a bad fight for Shakur. Mark said, tune in late. Did Gary have anything to say about why no Santa Cruz fight and no Tank fight? Well, what he just said about Leo Santa Cruz was he didn't want to fight him. That's in a nutshell. And that's a four division champion. Rob said if Terence wants any respect in the legacy, he needs to fight the elites. Yeah, man, people dog Terence out for his resume, right? He is a three division champion, but people scrutinize his resume. We heard it all before, right? But then again, like if he ain't fighting nobody, like the situation has a lot to do with him and Errol Spence and who, what, when, and why. But I put up a thumbnail the other day, and it was Keith Thurman, Errol Spence, and Terence Crawford. And my talking point was the commonality between those three individuals who are big names in the welterweight division. What do they have in common? They haven't fought one another. They haven't fought one another. So when it comes down to making big fights, you hear the situation where Gary Russell is calling out Terence Crawford trying to climb the ladder with four divisions. At least he's making the effort. Who else? That's a well-known name in boxing. Who else is calling out Terence Crawford? We done seen people go back and forth on social media. We thought we was gonna get Errol Spence and Terence Crawford real soon. Then the fight happened with Sean Porter. Then, EJ ends up in an accident, and the back and forth as to why Errol Spence return fight wasn't going to be Bud Crawford. People say it's because Bud Crawford said, well, I don't want to fight you right now. I want you when you're at your best. And then, some people say that, Terence Crawford, EJ basically wanted a fight that was, initially EJ said he don't need no tune-up fight. Let's be clear. He said he didn't need no tune-up fight. And then it came out that his team said, no, he's going to get a tune-up fight. He needs a tune-up fight before stepping in there with somebody on the higher tier, right? So Danny Garcia name pops in, which isn't an easy fight for EJ, but at least it's a name. You know what I'm saying? It's a name that lost to Sean Porter, who in fact lost to Errol Spence in a very tough fight. You know what I'm saying? It can be one of those FOTYs. You know what I'm saying? Fight of the year. It could have. It was a damn good fight. And it was close. All of that shit. It was close. But when it comes to Gary Russell calling out Terence Crawford, why not support the damn move and the effort? If nobody else is in line to fight Terence Crawford, why not support that shit? Support it. We need to see something happen in the welterweight division. We can't fucking wait till Errol Spence and Danny Garcia finish, and then 2021 throughout the New Year's and shit, we start talking about, oh shit, Errol Spence, you got past Danny Garcia. What's next? Are we gonna get Bud? We don't want to hear that no more. We want to hear something solid. You know what I'm saying? We want to hear something solid. We want to know if it's any closer in 2021 than it was when, beginning of this pandemic, when they was talking shit back and forth online. We don't want to hear the talking back and forth online no more with this fight. But what I would like to, in the interim, if G. Russell want to freaking move, you can't sit up here and call a motherfucker a punk and say he ain't fought nobody and all that, and cats ain't responding. Like he's sending out the roll call. Last time I checked, being retired military, you get a roll call, a head count. Motherfuckers answer up. Present, here. You know what I'm saying? You making a head count. G. Russell on the hunt making head counts. He's calling people out. I don't give a fuck what you feel or how you feel about who he is as a fighter. That's not for me. I don't know him like that. But what I respect is nobody's up here checking him to the point where you can say that he ain't calling out that person. He went from Leo Santa Cruz, Gervonta Davis, Devin Haney, Vasily Lomachenko. He's just done made his rounds on the head call. On the head count. He's made his freaking rounds, man. He even said Shakur, if he want to fight, he can get it. And now he's making a call up to Terence Crawford because it's history between them two. He punched Terence Crawford or whatever went down. I wasn't there, so I'm not going to sit up here and act like I can reenact the scene for y'all. But I'm just saying, a lot of people validating that Terence Crawford was punched. And also, y'all need to understand that Terence Crawford being sent home wasn't just simply because of the situation happened between him and Gary Russell. He had another incident with, I think, a fighter from Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic, and they basically kind of gave him a warning, like, if it's any other problems with you, you may get sent home. And then that situation happened with Gary Russell, and he was out. I'm not all the way true. All the way understanding the whole story, but Olympics, it's proven that some people benefit from it and transfer over, But a lot of times, the ones that don't get the gold and silver, they come over here and they have a damn good successful career, a very good successful career. Cruz said, bro, what's call out? Nothing. It's just talk. It's not just talk. You know why? Because call outs on social media, it gets you the energy that you're looking for. Cruz, it gets you the energy you're looking for. What does it do? We live in an era of social media, my guy. So if you live in an era of social media, what has bring more people attention to understand what views are, likes? That's what we've gravitated to now. That's what we've cultivated our thought process to tune in to, God damn it. Likes, shares, you know what I'm saying? View insights. Come on, views. We live in a society where social media is the main platform, especially now when you're promoting boxing. How do you think Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather happened? A lot of people latched on to it, internal to social media, and then it ended up happening. So you can't just say a call out is just a call out. No, do better. Do better with understanding the entire process. It's more than a call out. Because the distant end and whoever you directing that energy to can receive it and they can respond. Once they respond, everybody else that's tuned in and reading that same response, they're going to respond. And it goes all into this freaking vortex of responses. And people start just responding and go. And then you think the people in the top is not going to say, okay, let's take a look at this. This might be a fight that we want to make right here. Look at this. It's going viral. Everybody's checking. It ain't just call outs, man. We done with that. It's not just call outs. If enough people latch on to it and pay that AT&T, it's going to happen. It's not just call outs, man. You can say what you want. I mean, just because you drop BS on here, what is that supposed to do, man? Steven said call outs build a hype for a potential fight. I totally agree with that. I totally agree. If anybody don't understand that, I'm not sure what to tell you. Call outs get your fans involved on social media. I mean, we live in a social media season right now. Social media is all year round. It's annual. And believe me, social media can be cold and it can be Africa hot. If you ain't seen, you know, the way Gary Russell was calling out people, all the fighters, whenever they take to social media, man, the stuff that was going back and forth between EJ and Bud, social media is all around. It's an annual type of energy. Seriously, it's a beast. And it can get a fight for someone to say yes or no. That's what social media does. When the promoters, the managers get together and they say, hey, man, a lot of people tune in to this. I think this would be a good fight to make. Let's get with the teams and let's go to the table. Let's make some phone calls and see if we can make this happen. Cruz said, bro, in order to talk shit, you got to be the shit. No, not in this era. You don't. And you know what? Gary Russell is not some soft touch. No matter how you want to look at the division that he currently reigning in, you can't sit up here and say, in order to talk shit, you got to be the shit. In that case, nobody will get fights. Because last time I checked, if you're the champion, why do you got to talk shit back and forth? You can just put some out a little bit. If you're the champion, you have a little bit more authority to call out another champion, but you don't have to talk shit. You know, your people say, hey, man, I think it's a good fight for you to even fight, you know, a unified division. Or you don't have to talk shit to fight your mandatory because they're the mandatory. They're the mandatory. You don't have to talk shit. They're the mandatory. How do you have to be the shit? How do you think people have actually placed themselves in a position to get a fight? If you don't believe in yourself, who will? So you got to believe that you the shit, right? in order for you to step up and talk shit to somebody where you're trying to go. So if you're a contender and you want to get at the champ, what do? You don't have a belt. You talk shit. And then you got to back it up if the fight is made. Man, you need to do better, bro. Virtual concerts. That I can agree with, because that's what it turns into. And, speaking of concerts, man, you have such a broad audience. It's unfreaking believable. Velocity say, pretty much that's why he only fights every 3 years. I'm not sure who you're talking about, but Gary, there's no way he can be champion and fight every 3 years. That doesn't even make any sense. Seriously, it doesn't. Terence record might as well be a zero to boxing community. He hasn't done anything significant. Al Heyman could have made Santa Cruz versus Gary easy to make. No, it's not easy. No, it's not easy. He's been having tune-ups since Loma. No, he's been fighting the ones that was his mandatory and sit in his WB sanctioning body. If that's the case, if it's just tune-ups, then now what? He's on the hunt. He's been out here. And if you get somebody like Gary Russell that's calling somebody out, why is it just as easy for them just to respond and say, okay, I'll fight you? Especially if you don't have a fight. If you don't have a freaking fight right now, why don't you just step in and say, let's make this shit happen? It's that freaking easy, but ain't nobody answering. Ding dong, ding dong. He's pushing the doorbell with a goddamn hammer. I don't even think he's using the hammer, man, because Gary seemed like the type of dude that would just put shit out there and say, hey, I'll be over that way in a minute. And he ain't going to come to you, though. He'll just stand out there and say, oh, I told you I was going to be here. I expect you to come out, and then we can talk about it like that. He's not going to show too much energy to walk up the door, press the doorbell, allow you to look through the peephole. Oh, Gary Russell. He don't seem like that dude. He seemed like, I'll be over there, Shouty. Slim, I'll be over there. Remember, sucker, you raised your hand. So since you raised your hand, I'm going to oblige you. I'm going to come over there and check it out. Clarence said people have to stop blaming promoters for these fights. Not happening because fighters fight, promoters promote. Promoters promote. I hear you. Absolutely. I hear you. Hey, that's an opinion. That sound like reality stuff. Somebody sounding thirsty. You sound young, bro. You sound young. I can't give you that attention. Now you sounding young. You sounding too young. It's a grown folks conversation, man. You sounding young. I can't entertain that. He is too small for Bud. Yeah, hey, he even said himself. Terrell. He even said himself. If Bud Crawford is going to be the bigger fighter, it's not like he's going to be the only one that we ever seen step in the ring with a bigger fighter. And if you think about it, it is a mental psyche to step in there. I don't want to use this scenario, but it's been plenty of fighters that step in there. Look, if we're talking about bigger fighters, I'm gonna give you one that hopefully you subscribe to the channel and you come back when I give you this communion. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you this communion. I'm gonna give you free game when people always talk about, well, he's too small. That person's too small. What about the heavyweight division? How can a fighter that's 209 go in there and fight a fighter that's 253? Last time I checked, if you're talking about 126 to 147, you calculate the weight in between. Why doesn't it apply to heavyweights? Weight is weight, people. If you're sitting up here looking at the process, oh, well, he in the heavyweight division, but numbers is numbers. Deontay Wilder was just competing outside. Don't matter if he's 6'5", 6'7". Deontay Wilder was just outside cruiserweight. And he was in there like 205, 209 at one point. And he still went in there and competed at a much heavier weight. Let me take you back to the MMA side of the house when they actually had UFC 1 and Horace Gracie went in there and defeated guys who outweighed him by 100 some pounds. What your excuse is going to be when you in a position where a person is bigger than you can take you down to the ground? They can change levels and go in for a double leg. What is the excuse then for a person like Horace Gracie that was being outweighed by 150 pounds to go in here and compete with the gi on? You see motherfuckers shedding clothes all the time so somebody can't grab onto them, right? Especially when you got a bigger dude, right? That's the mannerisms. But in boxing, they always tend to think that so-and-so's been competing at this weight. And just because he want to say, well, I want to move up this amount of weight, this weight class. Well, it's only good for certain people, because when Mikey Garcia was moving up to fight Errol Spence, what y'all say? Mikey Garcia is a 4th division champ. Mikey get on the motherfucking mic talking about, oh, I see something. I see a lot that I do better than Errol Spence. Wasn't nobody talking about Mikey Garcia's weight. Wasn't nobody talking about that shit. He went from 35 to 47. Well, y'all talking the same shit. That's only 2 less weight classes than Gary Russell is talking about moving up. But y'all wasn't giving that same type of energy to criticize Mikey for moving up and facing Errol. People want to say, oh shit, this is gonna be a big fight. Errol might be in trouble. What happened? Errol gave Mikey Garcia the business. Crawford should, matter of fact, let me help you out, big dog. There you go. Donald said Crawford should fight Ugas before he fight anybody. That's a good fight, Donald. All right. But the only thing about it, Ugas is not a big name. Gary Russell is 32 years old. He's been in the sport 11 years, right? I know what you're saying. It make a lot of sense. A lot of people has used that same nomenclature. I get it, man. You know what? I can't even deny that if he doesn't get the fight with Crawford, will he want anybody else at 47? Because the name means everything. Gary Russell stepping up the welterweight division, guess what? He want a big name. He want the money to be right, and he want that name on his resume. Having Ugas on his resume isn't something that Gary would like look at. Okay, I moved up to 47. Why Ugas? If the scenario I just gave you, Donald, is that Mikey Garcia moved up and he fought Errol Spence, his first fight in the welterweight division, man. Why apply Gary Russell to fight somebody that's sitting at the top of the ranks, but not at the top? Fight the motherfucking kings that's sitting in the championship throne. Fight them. If they're available, the Pacquiaos and the freaking Terence Bud Crawfords that he won, go ahead and fight them. Seriously, go ahead and fight this shit, man. Give them what they want. But Ugas is not a name that people will look at. They already saying Terence haven't fought nobody. They already say, okay, Gary haven't fought nobody, right? So why is he going to move up 4 weight classes and fight Ugas? No, if you're going to make it worth your while, and he's saying he's at 140 right now, you go up there and fight somebody that's champion. You get the fight with a top tier name as Terence Crawford, and you make it work. You make it work for you all the way from 0 to 100. You get all the benefit. You maximize everything. Terrell said you can't compare that sport to boxing. I'm not comparing that sport to boxing. I'm comparing to the physical aspects of combat, because a lot of boxing fans tend to put weight into it. Did you miss the scenario that I gave when it comes to heavyweight? Weight is weight, right? That's just like Jarrell Miller when he fought Abdomen. Abdomen was like 240, 235, 240 or something. Jarrell Miller was over 300 pounds. So you gotta like take in consideration, man, and take both sides of the scenario that I was given. When it comes to the heavyweights, you just can't say they're in the heavyweight division. Then that's what it is. If that's the case, these cruiserweights will be moving up the heavyweight, and people will be like, "No, we need for you to fight this guy, because you're just moving up the cruiserweight." No, they move up. They make the heavyweight the entry enough to fight heavyweight, and they go do they have to do. That doesn't mean they're coming in, they're gonna be much faster and all that. Heavyweight is heavyweight, man. You had Jarrell Miller over 300 pounds. How can you have someone that weighs that much and you all are not criticizing them the same, but yet at the lighter weight classes, you say, hey, so-and-so's too big. Numbers is numbers, man. Stay Ready Boxing. What's good? What's good, man? Salute. Bud would do the same thing to Russell, but Bud would stop him. It all depends on how the fight play on. And y'all have to understand one thing: when y'all always link up two people that you don't have a history. I'm talking about a history in the ring. The first thing people always say, stop, KO. You don't know that because look, Gary Russell has never been stopped. Like he said, he the one that dropped Lomachenko in the fight. Lomachenko didn't drop him. Why do y'all constantly mention knockouts when it comes to freaking matchups? It's mind-boggling that people always mention knockouts, the people that hasn't been stopped. How all of a sudden, if they don't have a history of being on the canvas, this person, oh man, they're gonna stop him. Just like Adrian Broner's name come up. Oh, he go down here and fight so-and-so, he's gonna get stopped. What the fuck are you comparing it to? The man was knocked down multiple times against Marcus Maidana, and he made it to the 12th round while touring and rapping. He made it to the last round, Charlie. How are you going to say, oh, he dropped down here, he's going to get stopped, so-and-so is going to wash him? That's temporary talk. That's temporary talking. People who temporarily follow the sport. That's it. Stay Ready said, do you really think that Gary should move up 4 weight classes when he could have fight with Shakur Stevenson? He just mentioned that Shakur Stevenson didn't really want to fight Gary Russell. He said he was like a big brother, and I take it for what it's worth. Take none away from Shakur Stevenson. He didn't duck Gary Russell, none of that shit. Shakur Stevens is a real one. He's on the hunt. He's making moves. And no, I mean, that fight did not ever present itself. And when Gary Russell was talking about it, listen, when Gary Russell was talking about it, he said what? Shakur and his team knows who I am. They know. When a person tell you, so-and-so know who I am, it's nothing else to be said. If they tell you, hey, they know who I am. We know. It wouldn't have been a good fight for Shakur at that time. How many fights does Shakur Stevenson has? I know he's champion already, but how many fights? Man, come on. Y'all got to stop acting like Gary Russell don't have some of the best technical work that you will ever see displayed in the Sweet Science. Y'all got to stop thinking that 1 minute you want to emulate Floyd as the bar and say, oh, it's hit or don't get hit. But then when it comes to the other fighters, you want them, oh man, step in there with a real fighter. That's just like the dumb shit Rolly just said. Rolly say, well, let me back up. Hold on. It's just like that moment where people are glorifying Floyd Mayweather for being a defensive tactician, one of the masters of defense, right? And then turn around and Rolly comes out his mouth and say, Jackson Marinez didn't stay still long enough, or he didn't want to engage. So it's hard to knock out somebody that's not willing to engage. You can engage somebody at distance with a jab. You can work the jab and then get in and close whenever you want to throw your power shots or combination sets, whatever. But he sounds stupid because he's basically saying an opponent is not allowing him the opportunity to remain idle so he can land some punishment on him and knock him out. Isn't that the dumbest shit you heard? And he's working under one of the best defensive technicians in boxing. Somebody hasn't been listening, because why would you use that? When you have a good talent, has a promoter to make the most money, promoting does play a big role in making these fights. I hear you, Rob. Stay ready. Say you're right, but I think that's better fight for the boxing fans. Hey, and stay ready. I hear you, man. I hear you saying that the fight with Gary Russell and Ugas, but his name hasn't. And I'm gonna tell you one thing about what I know about Ugas from seeing him in person. Ugas doesn't talk too much, bro. How is Gary gonna sell the fight with a fighter we don't know? That's just like, listen, that's just like Gamboa coming down here to the A, and you in there with Tank on fight week. PPV, right? Gamboa is up there looking like a mannequin in a goddamn Macy's store during the pandemic. He just got there looking, he ain't saying nothing. Every time he want to, somebody want to converse with him, he has an interpreter, and he looks over. When did you start having to look at your interpreter to hear what the fuck they saying? So he's not engaging the camera. He's like looking. So Tank pretty much said, "Hey, I'm gonna tax that ass." Still, Gamboa's like, he leans over in his interpreter, and then he don't say anything. That's somewhat like Ugas. Ugas have to sell a fight with somebody like Gary Russell to get people to tune in. He can't do it on his own. Gary Russell can't do it on his own when it comes down to it. He don't have to. Now, if you want to give that same energy, you want to give that Charlo and that Tony Harrison energy, I'm telling you, two of the best press conferences you would ever see in the sport of boxing. We need that if Gary Russell's going to move up to 147 and fight Ugas. Because a lot of people don't know who the fuck Ugas is. I done seen that cat several times. And like I told you before on this other live, right? I was on the elevator with Ugas. I was in the arena with Ugas. I seen this dude walking. He was even down here in the A. I knew who he was by then. But I didn't find out who he was until I asked Buddy McGirt. I said, who is that dude? I seen him around. Oh, that's your Denis Ugas. Don't nobody see him. It's just like the average dude walking and passing. But I get what you're saying, man. It would be good for the fans, but Gary Russell moving up, he need all the motherfucking volcano. He need the explosion to be everything for people to tune in if it's going to be PPV. You know what I'm saying? He need everybody to latch on to this shit. Roy Jones, Velocity, what's good? Say Roy Jones jumped up to the biggest division and won that title. That's all I'm saying, man. It's possible. It's all about up here. I mention Sugar Ray all the time. When Sugar Ray came back, he left the sport in '84 and came back and fought Marvelous Marvin Hagler at a higher division. And then multiple fights later, he ended up fighting Donnie Lennon. Donnie Lennon was fighting at light heavyweight. That was a much heavier fighter. Even though they fought at catch weight, you give or take, you make the weight, and then both titles was on the line now. Donnie Lennon's title and Sugar Ray Leonard's. So therefore, you know how big Donnie Lennon was on fight day. And he still went in there and dropped Sugar Ray. Sugar Ray comes off the canvas and still punished Donnie Lennon. So y'all stop giving me this BS, this embryonic type of view. Like every time numbers come up and you really can't the only thing you can't visualize outside the box. You just say, well, we're looking at Gary Russell at featherweight and we're looking at Terence Crawford. You're not looking at the mental aspect on how combat works. If it all dealt with being perfectly weighed and equal, then what? No one would ever think about moving up in divisions because they will only be complacent to say, I only want to fight small guys. I feel good. They're not going to challenge themselves and say, let me move up to this division. It's time for me to go up here. That's where the bigger guys at. How are you going to damn convince yourself if you have doubt on moving up to a bigger challenge? That's what combat is all about. You have to accept challenges. It all depends on who you are as a person, how strong you are mentally. Okay, if you talk, okay, you talking about Stevenson. Nah, man, that fight wasn't even close to being happening. To coming to close out. That fight, not even close, man. Just my opinion, Rolly will not make it in the sport. He's not humble enough. I can't even say, you know what, stay ready. I really can't say I was disappointed in Rolly. Because listen, when I was in the Barclays, man, like I said, I dropped my camera hood. It rolled over there, up past the banner. I was on the front row at the weigh-ins of Deontay Wilder, Dominique Brazil, and Rolly went over there and picked my shit up for me and gave it to me. So, you know, criticizing him on his performance is not personal, but his mindset remind me of Rocky Marciano, man. His mindset as a fighter reminds me of Rocky Marciano, because Marciano would get his ass beat just so he can land his right hand. He was getting towed up. You cannot think you're going to be 24 years old and having that much freaking damage and still have a longevity in your career. How the fuck do you consider that to be logical? Rolly has to understand that he's up on the Floyd Mayweather. What is Floyd known for? Okay, we know that. Why the fuck Rolly went over there and say, I landed the harder punches. He only was, you know, popping the jab out. Rolly, you lost. The whole entire world know you lost. Moving on. Yeah, Ugas is too quiet. Pascal versus Badu again. They're going back and forth on Twitter. Pascal, I would pick the win. Speaking of Pascal and Badu Jack, Pascal's is another one. No nonsense type of dude. Tough as hell. Badu Jack, quiet, tough dude. That last fight they had down here in the A, that shit was fire. That shit was absolutely fire. But look, Badu Jack needs to come out the gate faster, man. Badu Jack can't wait and pick up on the middle rounds and believe that he's going to win the back end of the fight. Badu has already been in there in one of the most bloodiest fights ever. I was there. After going through a fight like that, when you had a 12-6 cut on your forehead, the scar tissue is still there, visible to this day. You got to come out faster. You got to come out with a better game plan against Pascal. Pascal, man, he's a dog, man. He ain't going nowhere quick unless you force him to. People need to remember, it's a money business. Me personally, I would not risk one of my fighters when I know I can make more money off of him. Hey, I have to agree with Rob on that. I have to agree with it, especially when it comes to Shakur Stevenson's, man. Especially. If you look at it, right? Prime example. Gary Russell Jr., as long as he's been in the sport, is the fact that it would be a huge risk for Shakur Stevenson, even though with his Olympic pedigree, to go in there with somebody with the physical know-how and the mental know-how to go in here and use Shakur's lack of experience against him, even though he has an Olympic pedigree. Russell is just too much for Shakur right now. So just like Rob said, hey, they have to savor. They have to make sure they preserve Shakur so he can move up the ladder and he can make that money. He can remain valuable as he go negotiate. He don't want that one loss. And y'all might say, well, guess what? Everybody's comparing to, right? Oh, well, Canelo did it against Floyd. Well, Canelo actually thought that he can go in there and fuck with Floyd. Canelo Alvarez thought he could fuck with Floyd. He thought he had enough experience to step up and go in there and mess with Floyd. And then all of a sudden, Floyd gives him a goddamn boxing clinic. And he said, maybe it's the weight classes you moving up, Canelo. But Canelo did this. You know, I don't take the loss against Floyd Mayweather as a loss because I was just too green. Nah, motherfucker, it was a loss. Don't wait because you're moving up in weight and you getting hit and you want to act like, oh, I'm undefeated, really. If that's the case, a lot of motherfuckers say they undefeated with one loss. Even though he has Floyd as that one blemish, it was a loss, Canelo. Suck that shit up and deal with it. Gary has better skills than Mikey Garcia. Russell would do better at 47 than Mikey. So, Mikey wouldn't take that fight. Mikey wouldn't even take that fight with Gary. Seriously. Mikey's too slow. You talking about boxing? And y'all gonna say, but Errol, yes, listen, two different boxing styles, Errol Spence and Gary Russell. Two different boxing styles. Y'all know it. Come on, y'all know it, man. Two different boxing styles, Errol Spence and Gary Russell. Two different boxing styles. I don't think Mikey Garcia would take that fight. Y'all know that. Come on, man. Y'all know Mikey Garcia wouldn't take that fight with Russell. It's plenty of people like Mikey Garcia is one of those fighters who's finally coming off another fight with Jesse Vargas, right? To kind of basically solidify him as being a welterweight right now. When I tell you people, Mikey Garcia is going to be a 5-division champion. Mark my word, it don't matter how he get the strap, they're going to get him a motherfucking strap. They're going to give Mikey Garcia a strap. Just like Teofimo Lopez getting a franchise belt, they're going to find some way to get him another division. Mark my word. Why do you believe Heyman didn't make Gary and Leo? Hey, I don't know what Al Heyman do. Look, it's so many people that don't even have me seen Al Heyman, period. So you're saying, why didn't Al Heyman make it? We don't know why Al Heyman, because it takes, when it comes to business, it takes two parties, the fighters, and then the other parties, the managers and the promoters. Who knows? We don't know the behind the scenes on why Leo Santa Cruz would face Abner Mares twice. You know what I'm saying? It was the fact that he stopped Johnny Gonzalez, who stopped Abner, but Abner went the distance with Leo Santa Cruz twice. Abner went the distance with Leo Santa Cruz twice, y'all. How long did Johnny Gonzalez go with Gary Russell? Just tell me. How many rounds did it go? Somebody drop it in there. The good thing about people that come in on ghost accounts, I like when they return and try to tell people so-and-so blocked me, and they can consider talking in a way that's adolescents to the level from which I'm trying to address to grown-ass adults. They believe that intervening and talking stuff that's basically things we got over in elementary and middle school. You know what I'm saying? We got over these type of talks elementary. But what social media does is allow people to become screensavers. The screen save their ass because they sit behind in ghost accounts. You block them on one account and they come back. It's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. So guess what? I appreciate the fact that you came back on a different account, right? So therefore, without effort, I will block you on this one. So I allow you to go do more homework and come back into the chat under a different account, because what you're saying don't make any sense. So Gary Russell stopped Johnny Gonzalez in 4 rounds. The same guy. Come on, man. He stopped him in 4 rounds. So that might be a situation. Cut said, I said Gary would do better at that division than Mikey is doing in that division. Mikey haven't even did anything, you know. Cuts. Mikey haven't did anything. He lost a lopsided division to Errol Spence, and he went in there and won against Jesse Vargas. What has he done? Gary Russell will have to go there first and get the opportunity in the gateway to face a champion like he's calling out in Terence Crawford. Allow him the gateway. Allow him to connect, and let's see the fight. Get the contract in negotiation. He say Al Hammond sent the contract. From the outside looking in, we don't know what the contract says. We don't know any of that. That's just like Keith Thurman. The only reason we know anything about the contract Keith Thurman sent to Bud Crawford because Bob Arum took to social media and said, yeah, I would see the call. But if Keith Thurman is requesting $10 million, where do he think we're going to get the money from? How can he believe where's the money going to come from? And why is he requesting $10 million? See, that allows us to understand what some of the details are about. But we don't know the details of what Al Hammond sent to Team Crawford. We don't know it. And then an individual who came in back on the account said that, how do I know boxing if I don't know Ugas, right? I said, I don't know who your Dennis Ugas looked like. I didn't say I didn't know who Ugas was. I've heard of Ugas all day long. But when you see some of these fighters in person, you're like, they look different than what they are on the screen, period. Anybody will tell you that. Anybody, especially in the lighter weight classes, they don't have a familiar face. You walk right past them. You can see Felix Verdejo all day long with a baseball cap on. If you don't know who he is, let's not get into the Mexican fighters now. Come on, man. That's what I'm talking about, the immaturity and stupidity. Let's not get into the Mexican fighters, the fighters from Russia. Any of these neighboring fighters. You see them, they cutting weight, you got a baseball cap on. Hey, they look different than their box rep picks. You're not going to sit up here and have an identity on everybody. But don't say I don't know boxing because I don't know your Dennis Ugas. Man, people all around don't know who he is, especially when you see him in person and you're like, you don't have familiarity with him and the man is dressed up. He might have some shades on. You don't know who Ugas is. He don't give you that. But if you was to see a popular fighter, like the heavyweight division, you see Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, you see the Gervonta Davis's ABs, even if you saw Mikey Garcia, you'll know because he's a big name. Errol Spence, Crawford, you know those guys. Even Gilberto Romero. Gilberto Romero is sitting up in light heavyweight right now. He was a former super middleweight champion. You see him in person with a suit on with shades, you ain't gonna know who Gilberto Ramirez is. You ain't gonna know because you're not familiar with seeing some of these fighters on deck in person. Rob says, not the fighter's choice, it's the promoters. I agree partially on that. Promoters do have an intricate part in knowing, if they can make this fight happen. Of course, in this particular situation, no live gate. So they have to understand where we're going to source the revenue from. How can we make this fight and where the money is going to come from? It's very difficult to take a fight and then you have to weigh the interest of the fighter to the fans and how you're going to generate some type of revenue for these fighters to get paid. And then you have to look at who the fighters are, what their worth is. And then at the end of the day, you got to come up with some numbers for both sides to agree with. You have to come up with the numbers. The promoters can put stuff together all day long. But as we just seen, Teofimo Lopez wanted some extra money. And he's not the unified champion. He don't have 3 divisions, but he negotiated. And he's getting a cool $2 million flat right now. So it ain't just like all the promoters. The fighters can say, nah, Teofimo's out here calling Lomachenko a bitch, right? Lomachenko said, nah, he ain't getting the pass, man. I'm gonna goddamn take this motherfucker. I'm gonna make his pockets light. I want to negotiate. And that's what happened. Teofimo negotiated. People's like, oh, I'll take the 1.2. That's what it is about people who in 1 minute, they want to be concerned about fighters' pockets. It's all about what the fighters are, especially when it comes to Anthony Joshua. People always want to say how much money he making. This, that, and the other. Teofimo Lopez, 1.2. People act like these fighters are netting. They're taking home the 1.2. They have taxes to pay. Uncle Sam is first. After Uncle Sam, you have all the collective agents that you have to disperse your money out to, whoever they may be. And then whatever you have left over, you take home. So you think Teofimo Lopez, after taxes, first and foremost, will be at $1 million? And then he has to pay his collective agents? No, he wanted to make over $1 million after everything is done and said. So the beautiful part about it, he was patient, he held his square, and he was able to make what he wanted. And you know where it came from? The purse of Vasily Lomachenko. That's savage. That's savage, man. That's good business. That's good business. Because people could get mad all fucking day, but you are not paying Teofimo's bills, nor are you giving them a retirement out of your own check. So sit back and learn. But that's a good point, Rob. It's a good point. The game has changed when we talk boxing. Absolutely. T. Jordan in the building. Salute to you, man. Donald said Teofimo will beat Gary. That would be a good matchup, Donald. That would be a good matchup. We don't know. The only dilemma I have with what you said is the fact that the way Teofimo has looked, with his 15 wins he has already. Is Teofimo quicker than Gary Russell? No. Can Teofimo be flat-footed sometime? Yes. Will a technician like Gary Russell take advantage of that? Absolutely. But it will be a good fight. Don't y'all dare get up here and say, okay, well, Teofimo went 7 rounds with Diego Magdaleno. Is Diego Magdaleno on the level of Gary Russell Jr.? Tell me that. If Diego Magdaleno can go 7 rounds with Teofimo, then what do you think Gary Russell's going to do? I don't see that being a fight that's easily said to say, okay, Teofimo will beat Gary Russell. I don't see that. At 35, I don't see that. But he said Gordo's his boy. Gordo is cool, man. It came out of someone's money, because the news article was saying that Lomo was willing to reduce what he was making to appease Teofimo's demands. So listen, you're trying to tell me that Lomachenko is making the same. So the promoters are saying, you know what? Teofimo Lopez, he doesn't have the unified titles, the WBA, the WBO, and the franchise belt. He doesn't have that. He just has the IBF, which is the third on the ranking body of the belts, right? WBC, WBA, and the IBF. So Teofimo, who's won his first freaking championship in 15 fights, he want to negotiate to make his purse $2 million. So in order to get 1.2 to 2 million, you got to come up with 800,000. And all of a sudden during the pandemic, they're going to say, guess what? We will satisfy Teofimo's demands. We would just come out of our own pocket and pay him 800,000. And you know what? Vasily Lomachenko, don't worry about anything. You're still going to make the same. That doesn't even make any sense. If they're giving away money like that, let's make some more of these fights happen then. Why can't we get Crawford Spence? Who is Teofimo signed to? Who is Vasily signed to? So you're trying to tell me they just coming out the pocket with 800,000 and Vasily's purse is staying the same? Come on, man. Come on. How's that possible? If that's the case, make Terence Crawford and another champion. Get Terence Crawford, Russell, get Terence Crawford, Manny Pacquiao. Let's get them in the ring if they're giving away 800,000. Hey, I'm coming off the rip. I'm not even freaking on the keyboard, homie. I'm not even on the keyboard. And stop using my words. That's my words right there. I'm not even on the keyboard. You have access to the keyboard, and you're still silly. Who would say that? Well, the money didn't come from Vasily Lomachenko first. They just gave him 800,000 from a charity near you. It was a GoFundMe, a boxing GoFundMe. It said, Gordo, if you want to support Gordo, let's start this GoFundMe so he can face Vasily Lomachenko. How is that even possible? And by the way, it's basically this GoFundMe is from Top Rank. How does that make boxing look when both of them are signed with Top Rank? Bob Arum is on record as saying, where's the money coming from for this? He just said it with Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman was talking about 10 million. Where's the money coming from? He even said in a prior interview, when we was in the mid of this pandemic on lockdown, he said, yeah, we would like to make the fight, but I just want to understand where's the money going to come from with no live gate? Where's the money coming from? And I know Bob Arum has also mentioned that he's going to try to allow a certain percentage of gathering so that he can have the live gate. And also Arum mentioned the ticket prices will not be as low as the patrons expect, as if we was in, regular, go to the fights, maximum capacity, whatever it is, go visit the fight. It's not going to be that way. Bob is somewhat trying to double up, you know what I'm saying, on the low ticket sales. So he's basically saying, if we can get approval for a certain percentage of individuals to go and watch the fight, the ticket prices will be much higher to generate revenue at the gate. And also, we was mentioning back then PPV, right? Right? But now the word is that the fight may not even be on PPV. It's going to be on regular TV, Teofimo and Vasily Lomachenko. No keyboard, Vasquez. Follow your own shit. No keyboard. Stephen, appreciate that. Enjoying the broadcast. Appreciate that. That's where I'm getting at. Like, you come in here saying some real goofy type stuff. You think Top Rank is just going to dig deep in the linings of their pocket with Bob Arum? When Floyd Mayweather has left, when Oscar left, when freaking Miguel Cotto left, when freaking Mikey Garcia left and was out of the sport for close to 2 years, spent damn near $1 million in litigation trying to separate himself and get out of that contract. He didn't have the type of people. He didn't have the type of people that sit up here and say, well, we can make this transparent. Bob wasn't playing those games. It's a lot of people that try to abort the mission with Top Rank. Mikey Garcia was on the shelf, and he had to go, in my opinion, do real estate or whatever he had going on. Plus, he came out the pocket in over $1 million in litigation so he can return to the sport and make his own moves. Seriously, this boxing game is dirty, y'all. This shit deals with business. Boxing is a business first. You already heard it. Boxing is an absolute business. So if the fight can be made at welterweight division, make the damn fight. Let's see something with Bud Crawford. Let's see something. We don't want to see Kavaliauskas. We don't want to see Joseph Benavidez. We don't want to see that. We want to see a top tier name at the welterweight division. We want to see Bud step in there with somebody. And at first I was against. I was like, okay, a lot of you all are saying, why don't Bud fight Sean Porter when he has made it perfectly clear that's his boy? He don't want to fight Sean Porter. He made it perfectly clear he don't want to fight his boy Sean Porter. Why do you all keep on mentioning why don't he fight Sean Porter? He don't want to. So who's next? Pacquiao out there, 8th division champion. Why in the hell we cannot have some type of closure to bring Bud Crawford and Manny Pacquiao together? It's not like Bob Arum don't have a history with Pacquiao. Why can't we make that shit happen? So you're gonna, like I said earlier, you're gonna allow Mikey Garcia to move up from 35 to 40, drop by Spence in a lopsided, face Jesse Vargas, what nobody care about, and then all of a sudden it's gonna be talks for Mikey Garcia to step in there and potentially face Manny Pacquiao, who's over 40 years old, for his WBA super title. Man, come on. And you trying to tell me boxing ain't a business first? Come on, y'all. Boxing ain't a business first. Y'all complain about Gary Russell moving up, but y'all ain't complaining about Mikey Garcia, who may potentially step in there with one of the ATGs of the sport, 8th division champion. When Terence Crawford is sitting over there, he's been champion longer than Mikey Garcia's been contending in the welterweight division, and he doesn't get a crack at Manny Pacquiao. That'll be fucked up. It don't matter. It'll be fucked up. Because Bud's been in the division. He came up and fought the champ, beat him. Don't matter if it was Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn beat Pacquiao. It don't fucking matter. So now that the division is where it's at and we have the main players in place, why don't we make the fights? Bud needs to fight Pacquiao if he's not going to fight Gary Russell. If Manny Pacquiao is trying to fight Crawford, then sit back and relax and watch Mikey Garcia pick up his pick up another division as a champion. Go ahead. Easy work. And plus, if it's testing, if Garcia and Pacquiao's in testing, guess what? Pacquiao going to look different. Pacquiao's not going to look the same as he looked with Keith Thurman. Because from the Lucas Matisse fight to the goddamn what was the other fight? The Adrian Broner fight, all the way up to the Thurman fight. It's a little shaky testing pool that wasn't even there. You remember Adrian Broner jumping on live and saying what? Hey, Al, what's going on? These people ain't test me. They ain't did shit. What's going on here? Manny Pacquiao people over here and they ain't did shit. He goes in there and give Keith Thurman the work, sat him down, take his title. Well, guess what? Keith Thurman was in the casino eating ice cream before the fight. Man, come on. Y'all don't see the writing on the wall, man. Come on, let's go. How is that? Mikey Garcia, they talking about Mikey Garcia potential with Manny. How, and you have the WBO champion. How is Mikey Garcia coming into the equation? Moving up from 35. Who cares about the title he took at 140 with Sergey Lipinets? Who cares? It's Bud Crawford was already there. So either one or two things going to happen. Bud's going to fight somebody. We don't know if it's Gary Russell. All right. He's going to fight somebody. But then again, Bud need to fight another top tier name. I'd be damned if it be Terence Crawford in 2021 and he don't fight nobody this year. Bud is going to fight somebody this year. We just want him to fight somebody of substance and quality of service over the welterweight division. We don't want none of that other, who is this cat right here? Who this dude right here? If y'all want to always talk about Uber Central, do me a favor. Don't criticize a fighter for stepping up like Russell to fight Terence Crawford. But yet, when somebody like Terence Crawford is fighting mandatories and all that, fighting fighters in order to just, okay, let me have a filler fight. Let me fight anybody just so I can stay active and have a fight this year. Don't say it's Uber Central. Don't say it's Uber Central. Oh, it's another Uber driver. When boxing is taking fighters like Mikey Garcia, allowing him to move up to a division and face a champion, all because of this right here, the money. He goes in there and absolutely get washed, and he doesn't even fall all the way down the ranks to work himself back up. He stays close to the prize. Mikey Garcia stays close to the prize. He got fucking beat Lopsided. Why the fuck he didn't fall down to the bottom half of the top 10? Somebody tell me that. Randall Street and Dr. K in the building. Salute to y'all. Memphis in the building, man. Street of Twin Promotions. How y'all feel? Thanks for dropping through. But how does that work, people? They knew it was profitable. I seen Teofimo's dad, and he made it clear. Vasquez, you can talk about Teofimo's dad. I have like 2 interviews with Teofimo's dad. I've talked to him off camera. It's a difference between reading interviews and actually talking to somebody in person. If you talk to him in person, well, why you didn't get an interview then? Saying I seen mean you may have seen him online. Okay, everybody can access whatever they want to access, but what's off record sometime, somebody will tell you the real deal. And one thing about Lopez Sr., he doesn't cut corners. He don't bite his tongue. He keep the shit all the way real, whether it's on camera or off camera. They never brought up Russell's name. Russell, if you're talking about Gary Russell fighting Teofimo Lopez, guess what? They never brought up his name. If you're talking about, well, that 800,000 never came out of Facility's freaking purse, and Lopez Sr. told that doesn't even make any damn sense that he would disclose to you that the 800,000 all of a sudden didn't come out. Bob Arum, who complains about money all the time, who's been in the sport for decades, he's just going to sit up here and say what exactly? Oh, for Teofimo Lopez, come on down. You're now on The Price is Right. Man, get out of here with that. Get out of here. Bob Arum ain't gonna goddamn, he ain't Bob Barker. Come on down. You're on The Price. No, that ain't Bob Arum, dog. He's not gonna just come out his pocket. And what the negotiations like again? Is Teofimo ask for 800,000 more? Give it to him. We got money. We got money. Yeah. He got 1 championship. He's been champion in 1 division, and Vasily Lomachenko has 3 belts. Formerly the WBC Super, which he vacated. Now he's in the franchise. Let's make sure Teofimo gets everything he's asking. Does that sound logical, bro? That doesn't even sound anywhere close to being logical when it comes down to us being in a pandemic for boxing, no fucking live gate. Where is 800,000 coming from? A kitty? Nigga, we ain't playing goddamn spades. This ain't Tonk. I want to place a side bet on hearts. I'll take a side bet on spades. Come on, man. We ain't playing with kitties in here. This is all about the promotions suffering. Is no live gate, and the names that are big enough are going on PPV, and that's just the way it is. You can say what the hell you want to say, but that's just the way it is. I don't care. You can look on any source and say, well, Lopez Sr. said what he said. Until somebody explained to me if Teofimo was getting 1.2, and now all of a sudden he's getting 2 mil. Somebody explain to me, how is it feasible for Teofimo Lopez? That's my boy too. Like, how is it feasible if Teofimo is basically raising the bar during a pandemic to say that Bob Arum is willing to source an extra 800,000? Then other fighters are going to say, you know what? Top Rank has money. But then again, I got to revert back to, if that is the case, why in the hell Terence Crawford cannot fight somebody legitimate in the welterweight division if it's Bob Arum and Top Rank is giving away money? And Terence Crawford is 3-division champion. How in the fuck does that make any logical stance when you want to consider it debatable? How does that make sense? How's he making up? How's he just say, you know what, for Teofimo, him being a single division champion in 15 fights, give him what he asking for. Hey, when it comes to the sources, 1.5, 2 million. When it comes to the news articles, we're talking about the mainstream media. And you not only do you read one source, but you mirror it up or you reference it to other sources. And the one thing I heard was he was getting 2 million even. Now, for them to say, okay, Teofimo wanted more money, does it make any sense? And salute to you, fall back. Does it make any sense for Teo to say, I want 1.5? In the biggest fight of his career, just give me 1.5, please. It takes me back to Nino Brown, like, that crack just calling me. Like, you got to be on crack. I mean, come on, man. Like, 1.2 to 1.5 taxes, this minuscule. That shit is minuscule, y'all. Like, does it really make a significant difference that benefit Teofimo and his team if he's go from 1.2 to 1.5? Like, that is small coins, man. That's small. I mean, the weight of the bag is really not a difference if you're holding it. If you say, okay, 1.2 to 1.5, why fucking hold out in negotiations for that minor amount of increase? You know what I'm saying? Hey. That's what I heard, Steven. I heard that the amount of money that Lomachenko was supposed to receive, and this has been, from news, validated news outlets and segues out there. They was basically saying if Lomachenko was supposed to make this amount, he was going to basically capitulate and say, I'll satisfy what the request is at this amount of money for Teofimo. So once the news came out, Teofimo was able to get what he was looking for. And the only thing they was trying to make now was a fight date. That's where we at. They was trying to say, okay, the money's good. Now we're making a fight date. Unless they was up here throwing up smoke and mirrors and trying to say, oh, so-and-so made this amount relevant for Teofimo Lopez. It was 800,000. Okay, just say it's lower than 800,000. Where's the money coming from? If Lomachenko's purse doesn't move, and that's all that Top Rank can appease his fighters with, why would they even still come up to say we need to make this fight? We need to go through all the measures because guess what? There's other fights out there that can be made. It's other fights besides Teofimo Lopez that can be made. If Teofimo truly didn't want that amount of money and Top Rank was like, well, if you don't want that kind of money, we'll find something else. But being under the same canopy, it stays in-house with the money. So guess what? It makes all the sense in the world to say, let's kind of see what he's talking about. Let's see what Teofimo Lopez is talking about. Let's try to work this out. Because both fighters are signed with Top Rank. It's easy for people to get on here and say, well, Devin Haney is the super champion. He is. But he's signed with a totally different promotion. So when you think it's smart enough to say, intelligently, to say, well, why don't we sign this fight beneath the same promotion and keep this money in-house and we can better do business? I mean, because I get tired of hearing that, oh, well, we got a super champion out there. We do. Devin Haney is indeed WBC champion, but it would be much difficult to make that fight. I'm just telling you what I've seen yesterday on Spanish Boxing Channel. That was on the table. One thing you have to understand about, listen, I understand where you at with this Vasquez. And if you see it on Spanish boxing channel, okay, I'm not here to crush that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to crush that and basically say that, you know, and question your integrity. But what I am saying is, even if you're not close with Lopez Sr. or Lopez Jr., all right, that doesn't mean they're going to tell you the truth if you're not on the team. They don't tell all the media, the absolute truth of what's going on with their purse. They will say off the record. If they tell you off the record and you come up here and talk about it on media, you're not going to ever get close to them again. That's where we at right now. So if I sit up here and say, hey, T.O., because I can just as well call a person. I could call somebody right now that's on his team. I did a freaking interview with his manager, but I know another person that's on T.O.'s team. If I call him up and say, what really happened with this particular situation with the purse? What really happened? If he tells me, hey, this is what really happened, but that's off the record, I can't come over here if I want to maintain some type of relationship with them. I can't come over here and tell y'all on live, this is who I spoke to. I'm not even going to get on here and say, well, from what I hear, this is what happened behind the scenes, unless they give me the fucking green light. That's media. Because you have to use integrity, man. If they tell me what really happened and what T.O. is really getting, I'll say, okay, is it good to put that shit out there? Even though I'm seeing 2 million, they say, no, don't put it out there. But this is what he's really getting. He's getting 1.5. But we put it out there for 2 million because we want more people to be interested in the fight. I can't come over here and say, oh, well, what I heard is you know, he didn't get 2 million. He got 1.5. But I can't reveal my sources. That source is going to say, you know what? I'm not telling you anything else because I told you not to put it out there. It's happened. I'm telling you what happens on the media side of the house. A lot of shit off record is told, and you think those people don't tune into your shit? Yes, they do. Rob said, if T.O. don't finish that fight, Aaron's going to make sure he's going to get that belt. Aaron's been in the game too long. Absolutely. We know what it is. Somebody mentioned this before about if the fight goes to the distance. Come on, man. It needs to happen in a way that you don't leave it in the hands of the judges. You cannot leave a fight like this in the hands of the judges, man, because it's so much riding on this fight for the lightweight division. It's extremely important. And, you know, I'm going for Teofimo Lopez in this fight. When I told you all on my live, right? When I was in the groups and all that, right? I was kind of telling you that Lomachenko was overrated. When you say a certain fighter is overrated, people tend to look and say, oh, you don't see the footwork of this guy. You don't see what he's doing. And I'm saying, like, in a sense, where people latching on to this fighter because his double gold medals, his double gold standard Olympian pedigree. And then people look at like, well, look what he was able to do in just. They always say in just. No, hold up. We're talking about a guy who did 2 tours in the Olympics, was a grown man fighting boys, decided to come into the perfect window in boxing and say, I want to become the fastest to ever do it. But yet it didn't work out against Salido. Now he steps up and he fights for the vacant title, and he's able to do it in 3. Then if you follow his career, people look at like, well, look at who his fault. Look, he's a 3-division champion. Well, it proves my point when Vasily Lomachenko fought for the WBC, which originally the word was out that Teofimo Lopez was going to go the WBC route. But things changed. They did not want to participate in that BS tournament and all this other shit that was going on. So they went the IBF route. Still got the job done. Still went in there and knocked out Comey in 2. So now, back to what I was saying. Teofimo fights Luke Campbell for the WBC title and vacates it. Lomachenko has never unified an entire division, period. Everybody's hyping this dude. He's a top pound for pound. He's a top pound for pound. Who has he fought with a clean record, was just a dog? Who has Lomachenko fought? I hear the same freaking strings popping on the violin. Well, we got Nicholas Waters. Well, he went in there and fought Rigondeaux, who moved up 2 weight classes. So Rigondeaux, another highlighted Olympian that moved up. He was a smaller fighter, but did Lomachenko stop him? Tell me that. Did Lomachenko stop Rigondeaux? Was he KO'd or was he TKO'd in the middle of the square? Just drop it in the live chat. Just let me know. Was he stopped? Or was it on this record as an RTD? Because you can say Rigondeaux quit all he want. You can't say, oh, well, I was in his body. I pretty much knew Rigondeaux. He didn't have any injuries. Did Lomachenko stop Rigondeaux? The same thing can go for Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury. Did Tyson Fury stop Deontay Wilder? No, the towel stopped the fight. The towel did. The weakest way that you can get a knockout is when the freaking towel comes into play. Yeah, it says you get a stoppage. But when Lomachenko was able to get that win, it is what it is. I told you what I told you. Who's next? Linares? That's who's next? Seriously. How many times was Linares stopped before Lomachenko stopped him? After the Lomachenko fight, wasn't it Linares to get stopped? I mean, I'm just trying to figure this all out. Like, Linares has been stopped. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Linares has been stopped, right? So why are you going to boost up a fighter when Lomachenko stops him and act like it's a big fucking deal when he's been stopped before? It doesn't work with me when it comes down to boxing. I'm not saying I'm the best at whatever. Boxing has levels, even when it comes to the sport itself, even when it comes to those who cover the sport of boxing. There's levels to the sport, especially when you're doing research. You got to go and reference everything that you want to come in here and talk about. And look, we ain't going to always be right on everything. It's impossible to cover all the damn weight divisions and know what's popping. A lot of media only cover the divisions that are interesting and popular to the audience. That's it. That's what we do. But Teofimo, I mean, they're going to make the fight. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do y'all a favor. I'm going to do you all a favor. I'm going to make a call to Teofimo's camp. Hold on for a second. I'm going to ask this question. But I got to put it on mute initially because I don't want you to know what my contact is. I didn't get an answer. I probably know why, but if he calls back while I'm on live, I'll definitely get to the bottom if it's cool to basically ask the question and give the information. But yeah, If they hit me back, cool. And I'm not bluffing anybody. I'm not sitting up here clout chasing anybody, man. You know, it's all about, look, y'all have to understand one thing. When you're dealing with people on that level, you have to deal with them in a way that you respect the position and where they at in the sport of boxing. You can't sit out here and act like you're closer than what you is. I'm not real close with these people. But if I have their numbers in my contact, it was good enough for them to give me the number in their contact. And those are two people that are on the team of Teofimo Lopez. You know, you check out the interview with David McWater, he pretty much told y'all ahead of time what was going to happen with the Teofimo fight in Lomachenko. If you was listening, I asked the question for a reason, because that's what I've got. That's the information I got. He told you all. I asked him, I said, hey, is the WBC title going to be online? And he was like, yeah, it's going to be a WBC title included. So I'm thinking to myself, how is that possible if Devin Haney has the belt? This was ways back. Check out the interview with David McWater. Check it out. He said, yeah. And I'm saying, okay. So it's a nugget for the fans to understand that the WBC title in some way, shape, or form is going to be included in the bout. And people will look at it like, well, how is that possible? If Devin Haney is a super title holder, how is they going to do it? Now you know. The WBC, they just didn't come out the cuff and say, we're going to make or present Teofimo Lopez with the franchise. This has been in the work. They just had to work the numbers out. They had to come up with everything else. And then Mauricio Suleiman bring out the information. Look at the video. It's much deeper than getting online, rah, and then going from site to site and looking at people's other videos. You got to establish a rapport with these individuals so you can get the information. When your source is the actual fighters' teams, and you can get, gain enough trust with them for them to tell you something, it don't get no better than that. It doesn't get any better than that, people. You got to have maturity. You got to sit up here and communicate. And believe me, if they call back while we on this live, I'm not going to be on him much longer, but hey, I will let you know. I'm going to ask the question. Cut say no, Rigo claimed he broke his hand. Absolutely. That's all I'm saying. But when you talk to temporaries, right? Temporaries is my term for people who are beneath casuals, right? You speak to the temporaries, they always say that Lomachenko stopped Rigondeaux. That's not the case. That's not the case. He did not stop Rigondeaux. So I just get tired of hearing it when it comes down to did Vasily Lomachenko, who does Vasily Lomachenko has on his resume? Let's look at his resume. You got Linares, TKO. We already know that. Then Jose Pedraza, who was 25-1 at the time, he took the loss. And then Anthony Crolla, he KO'd Anthony Crolla, which 34-6. But then again, you say, okay, who's Crolla? Why boost up Anthony Crolla? Don't sit up here and come in here and say, well, Anthony Crolla was this guy who was experienced. Come on, man. The dude had 6 losses when Lomachenko faced him. He had 6 freaking losses, people. And then we touched bases with Luke Campbell, the Olympian. He has the foundation and the pedigree. Lomachenko dropped him in the late round, the championship round. But look, he didn't stop him. Lomachenko has never been this KO artist. As he stepped up competition, guess what? You saw what happened. Believe me, Vasquez, if they get back with me while I'm still on, I will give you the information that you're looking for. Because that's what needs to happen. I understand where y'all coming from. But, when I reference a source to come on here and talk about it, it's not even 2. I got to have 3 or 4. I can't just say, okay, let me go this source, let me go that. I have to see if everybody's speaking the same language before I get up here and talk about it. Now, sometimes you can go to IG and shit is just all over IG and you say, okay, that's fact. And then you go somewhere else and read an actual article. I'll say, okay, I got it. But most of the time it's 3 or 4 references. I heard straight from the horse's mouth, the franchise belt is up for grabs. The super title is Devin. Absolutely. The super title is never a question mark in this language that I'm using. Okay. Super title is out. Devin Haney is a super title holder. He's one of the only fighters that I ever hear be placed beneath the canopy of recess. Anybody who followed the sport, I can't remember when a champion's been placed in recess. But the positive part is it that he was able to come off recess and still be the super champion. Why? Because, Javier Fortuna and Luke Campbell, they want to fuck around and do whatever they was doing. Javier Fortuna don't want to take fights. I guess he's still fucked up from when he fought Adrian Granados. And everybody else that gave him problems, Robert Easter, whatever's going on with him. But the franchise title, let's be clear, the franchise title is on the line for Teofimo Lopez to receive if he defeats Lomachenko. Now, Lomachenko's franchise belt is not on the line because, as we heard from Mauricio Suleiman, you cannot lose the franchise belt. You can't lose it. But instead of Vasily Lomachenko fighting the WBC, fighting the interim WBC title holder, he vacated the WBC, right? So we all know what holds weight is the super titles. From Devin Haney to the WBA and WBO that Lomachenko has to freaking the IBF that Teofimo has. All Lomachenko had to do out of respect, so he would not be called a title that's a fighter who's avoiding stiff competition, such as Devin Haney. He should have just kept the WBC and fought Teofimo Lopez for all the super marbles in the lightweight division. That's all Lomachenko had to do. But yet he vacated the title and went up here and requested from Mauricio Suleiman to become franchise champion. And y'all respect that? And y'all respect that shit. This is coming from a 2-time gold medal Olympian. Now he wants to walk around and freaking do what the fuck he want to do like Canelo Alvarez. Y'all respecting that? Because if you're respecting it, something's wrong. If you're respecting that Canelo Alvarez is was trying to fight Abney Yildirim, a guy no one knows about, to try to pick up the vacated title of David Benavidez, something's wrong. Something's wrong with that shit, man. Y'all got to be better. Y'all got to demand better. Y'all can't sit up here and respect nothing like that. Hell no, man. You can't respect that. You can't say, okay, well, Canelo is doing the same thing with Floyd Mayweather. No, that's not the same. That's distasteful what Canelo is trying to do. He's supposed to be the cash cow, this, that, and the other. But yet he want to actually try to scoop up Benavidez title that was stripped to him from the scales and fight Uber Central with a Groupon? Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to fight a Uber Central with a Groupon. Y'all gonna give Vasily Lomachenko the respect by vacating the super title instead of facing the IBF interim champion and Devin Haney? It's no respect in that. It's no fucking respect, y'all. Come on, man. There's no respect. Y'all gotta look at it for what it is. It's no respect when you got 2 pound for pound fighters that's out here buffoonery. Look, it's straight up buffoonery on what they got going on, especially Lomachenko. Lomachenko's a 3-division champion, and he waits to the highest division he's been in, and he don't even want to try to become undisputed. He want to come up here and say, well, if I'm franchise champion, I don't have to face my mandatories. You know why, friend? You know why Lomachenko don't want to goddamn dig deep and let his motherfucking nuts hang? Because he ain't planning on moving up to junior welterweight, y'all. He is planning on homesteading in that lightweight division. So his comfort zone is, oh, why not request to be franchise champion so I can sit up here and get a Heisman to my mandatories? I really hope them killers that's in that division get that work with Lomachenko. I hope the killers that's inbound get that work with Lomachenko before he gets too old, because he can be beat again. I hope Gary Russell Jr., while he's campaigning, you heard him. He said he's going to be at 35 if he's not able to get a fight with Terence Crawford at 47. I hope we able to see that shit ran back. I hope they're able to get that work. I want to see Devin Haney, however this situation plays out. If Lomachenko defeats Teofimo Lopez, then guess what? It's only right. It's only right that y'all hold Vasily Lomachenko accountable, regardless if he don't have to face his mandatories as the franchise. Hold him accountable to face the WBC super title holder. The same one that he avoided, and he wanted to goddamn sit atop a throne and cross his legs and say, I make the decisions, I'm good right now. Why? Because he doesn't plan on moving up to 140. It's money at 35. He's going to try to stay around that division and fluctuate between 35 and 30. But we all know where the money's at. It's at 35 for Lomachenko. If he goes in here and defeats Teofimo Lopez and he has the IBF titles, now he can quote unquote call himself the undisputed lightweight champion. Then guess what? You got to give Devin Haney that next motherfucking shot. If he doesn't give Devin Haney the next shot, he's absolutely considered a ducker. Times 2. Times 3. Whatever you want to put on it. If he already vacated the WBC, so he ducked the mandatory that he's supposed to fight the interim WBC. So if you fight Teofimo Lopez and win, you need to goddamn make another nice paycheck for the fans and fight Devin Haney. We need to give him the same opportunity. Period. Enough said on Lomachenko. Y'all can jump on the bandwagon all you want. It's all good. But I always say to myself that when it comes down to it, what I said he was is showing right now. You just can't take Linares, Postal, Crolla, Luke Campbell. Come on, man. Y'all acting like this dude got a stellar motherfucking resume. Nobody told him to do 2 tours in the Olympics. And then when him and his team felt it was the perfect opportunity to breach enemy lines and get into the real war, shit didn't work out. Oh, shit. Our goddamn offensive tactics. We didn't really think about this shit. We didn't think we was going to run into a special forces, a guy who's all about the dirty, grimy part of combat by all means necessary. Salido. They weren't expected to run into one of them dudes, one of them insurgents that was all about the smoke, no matter how he got it. Salido shut that shit down, and people want to say, well, guess what? Salido was fighting dirty during the fight. Ain't the first time. It's up to the referee, the third man in the ring, to make sure Salido is disciplined. But as we look at it, Vasily Lomachenko's box rec says what? Numero uno. ¿Te entiendes, amigo? Rob say Haney is the winner of Ryan and Campbell. Sounds more realistic. Haney versus the winner of Ryan Campbell. Why not? If that team is willing, and look, that's the only way. That's the only reason that Ryan Garcia is contending for the freaking interim title is to face Devin Haney for that fight. People, of course, want to see the winner of Garcia Campbell. Of course. I want to see Garcia with a step-up fight. I want to see Haney in there with one of them. Even though I would tell you point blank, Haney is better than Garcia and Campbell. Everybody is looking at the fact that, you know, Ryan Garcia is putting all the videos out. He's the faster guy. But all around boxing skills, in my opinion, he gets outworked and performed by Haney. Campbell has been in there with Vasily Lomachenko. He did fairly well. Look, Luke Campbell can box. And Ryan Garcia should have problems with Luke Campbell. It was some bright moments when he stepped in there with Lomachenko. It's extremely bright moments. But he just wasn't able to keep the momentum to put away some rounds to make the fight close, especially when he got knocked down. He was knocked down. I mean, you can't make that up at the end of the fight unless you got the power, the equalizer, to go in there and keep Lomachenko honest and try to hurt him. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing I was saying, like at the Rolly fight. I was saying that Rolly needs a knockout. Rolly needs a knockout. But no. Rolly's over there in his corner, y'all. He's sitting back. Now you tell me, you intelligent, y'all intelligent. You tell me, you in a freaking fight like Rolly was against Jackson Marinez, Dominican Republic, from Dominican Republic, right? DR fighter. You tell me, if you in the corner and you sitting back, am I winning? Is that not optimism? Are you not holding some type of compunction to say, I'm not sure of what's going on right now? Rolly asked, am I winning? And then, of course, his trainer's like, yeah, you winning the fight. You winning the fight. Now, that right there tells me that is a person I don't need in my corner no more. I can understand the other dude, his father. I get it. But father and son relationships are split throughout the history of boxing. That don't make a difference. But when it comes down to him lying to your face, Rolly, yeah, you winning the fight. One or two things has to take place. Either one, the envelope has already been delivered, and don't worry about it. You're going to win the fight regardless. You go the distance, you're going to get the fight. Then two is that trainer understands that what he's looking at as a trainer, he knows damn well that Rolly was losing the fight, and he's going to lie to him in his face. Why would Rolly ask his trainer, am I winning? Yeah, you're winning. He don't need that trainer in his freaking corner because that trainer is a blatant liar. So when Rolly was able to go out there with doubt, and he really didn't do too much in the last round, he go out there, doubt, take it to the scorecards. They rob Jackson Marinez, and he gets out here and say, yeah, you're going to have bad nights. Then he kind of like links everything up. Oh, shit. Okay, we're going to have a bad night, but I didn't have a bad night tonight. How am I supposed to engage with him? How am I supposed to knock him out if he's not willing to engage? So you trying to tell me you 11-0 with 10 knockouts, you actually working on your knockout percentage instead of trying to maintain your old Rolly? This is the same dude who said it's going to be the walk down of death during the interview. Oh, it's going to be the walk down of death. He's talking all this shit. It's going to be the walk down of death. And Marinez came out here boxing your ass. So people, don't ever forget it's a sweet science. Whatever formula a fighter commits to training their body to go in here and delegate is all about the sweet science. The sweet science can be relatively a boxing lesson where you see somebody distance gauge, they use the jab, they put the combinations, they move, they cut angles, they pivot out of bad situations, they turn their opponent off the ropes, they do everything it takes. And then you have individuals that's willing to stay in the pocket and kind of not brawl, but fight inside. And they're good with dirty boxing, or they can fight off the back foot, or they can fight at distance. It don't matter. Either part of it's consistent with the sweet signs. The sweet signs don't have a template. But then you have fighters like Rolly, the fighters that remind me of the Rocky Marcianos. And let's not talk about his record. I'm talking about how Rocky Marciano used to take punishment. Rolly's 24 years old. There's no way that you're going to tell me 10 years from now, with him going in there taking the amount of punishment, that he's going to have a long career. Come on, man. Stop. What's going on, Age Money? How you feel, man? King say Oscar De La Hoya is unsure of Ryan Garcia's skill at this point. That makes me more skeptical of Garcia. I understand that. But look, the only way that Oscar, look, unfortunately, King, damn. Speaking of Oscar De La Hoya, anyway, the only way Oscar's going to feel confident, he has to allow his pup to leave the yard and go roam with the big dogs. He has to leave the gate open for Ryan Garcia to go out here and roam with the big dogs. Period. It ain't no questions about that. And that's when he'll get his answer. Rob say, believe Oscar put Luke versus Ryan because Ryan's been difficult to work with, I think. Ryan was set to lose that fight. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Because it happened. And you know what, Rob? We seen the same shit with Floyd. You remember when Floyd said, oh, Tank is fighting Lomachenko. Floyd was making a statement for whatever was going on behind the scenes. He was basically saying, yeah, okay, Tank, you want to do this, that, and the other? Go out here and fight Lomachenko. Because he wanted to put Tank out there in so many words to fail, like you said. So it makes sense, man. Jax came at Rolly with a special combat force. Man, you ain't never lied, man. And shout out to Jackson Marinez, man. They did him dirty. They did Jackson Marinez dirty. They did him all the way dirty. And what this man do? What did Jackson Marinez do? He didn't do the Zab Judah. Come on, man. He didn't do the Zab Judah. He didn't do the Riddick Bowe. It wasn't no post-fight brawl. He didn't do the Mike Tyson Holyfield post-fight brawl. Marinez gave this smile, went over to the damn far corner, genuflect, gave a prayer, stood up, and he walked out the ring. Classy cat. Seriously, classy dude. He lost by the decision, robbed, and he was classy about doing it, because I'm gonna tell you, a lot of cats with his complexion would have goddamn set that motherfucker off. If it wasn't the pandemic and we had a crowd on deck and Rolly got that decision, shit would have been different. Shit would have been different. Seriously. Shit would have been absolutely different. If it would have been normality, no pandemic, full crowd capacity, oh man, it would have been people fighting in the motherfucking stands, y'all. And don't think them DR cats, they soft. Because listen, the question was asked about Robert Garcia being in the corner. You know, he couldn't make it. His last COVID test didn't come back in time. It wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have freaking mattered, because they already knew that if it went to the scorecard, all the judges were going to rule for Rolly. I'm not a Loma fan, but you got hate for him. Understand, fall back, right? You need to fall back on that comment, because if I'm expressing something to you, and if I say he's overrated in a sense of, you know, his resume doesn't too much impress me, y'all need to understand not to bloviate words such as hate, because hate, in a sense, is one of the most misused words that people use on the everyday conversation. It's easy for you to sit back and say somebody hate, but what is an opinion? An opinion is just that. You provide an opinion. It doesn't have anything to do with hate. Why I gotta hate Lomachenko for? That's too much energy, dog. I don't even know the dude. I'm talking about what I'm able to assess about his record. Don't worry, I see it. All over, a lot of people hate on great white fighters. There's just a hate in boxing these days. If you say so, you put that narrative up there. You put that narrative up there. It seemed like you more emotional. It seemed like you more hurt and feeling some type of way about what I said. Moving on. Robert Garcia wants Diaz rematch. Absolutely he does. Hey, King, that's what I'm saying. You know, he talking about great white fighters. He trying to inject, you know, that itty bitty little venom to turn it into something that it ain't. That's what they do, people. They come in here and act like they all about the discussion. And then they want to say, oh, that's what I could get. I could start talking about making a black or white situation. Man, get the fuck out of here with that. D-Ray, what's good, man? Check out WCS Sunday morning stream. Singer Rolly. Yeah, Rolly is a robbery. I appreciate that, D-Ray. Salute to you, man. JC said that would have started throwing cups and shit. Man, that's what I'm saying. If that crowd would have been in there when Rolly got that decision, man, you wouldn't have to worry about a motherfucker on the parachute flying through there. You wouldn't have to worry about what was the situation where they started throwing cups in the ring. I forgot what robbery it was. Damn. But one of the ones with Costa Zoo, man, and Zab Judah, that shit was mayhem up in there. It was mayhem, man. And they got fined big time. But I'm just saying, that type of shit would have happened. It would have been the same type of mayhem that happened when Javante pushed Gamboa doing the weigh-ins down here in the A. It would have been the same type of chaos, but worse. Why? Because it would have been fans that would have been fighting. Everything would have popped off. So it was a nice move by Floyd. Floyd made a power move. You know what I'm saying? Floyd made a power move to put his dude. He only has one person in one boxer in the lightweight division. That's Tank Davis, right? So he's trying to move Rolly on the fast track. So money talks, right? So Rolly was moved into position to fight for the interim. He was successful in obtaining that via a robbery. But now, let's see if Rolly is able to give Jackson Marinez a rematch. Let's see if Rolly is going to be the one to avoid the smoke and try to say, no, I want the champion. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if what Rolly's going to do. If you all about talking about I got power, I got this and all that, now in the boxing community, they questioning your skill set as a fighter. They questioning that shit. And no cap. You got professional fighters back in 2019 wasn't sold on Rolly. But Rolly kept saying, hey, Garcia, you beat my boy Rolly, I give you Tank. Now it sounds all good. But now, looking back at it, shit, Ryan Garcia should have took up the offer. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia should have took up the offer to goddamn sit up here and face Rolly. Depending on the boxing, the strategy that he had, the offensive strategy, he might have made easy work. I don't know. I mean, Rolly isn't easy work. Let's get that straight. Rolly is a tough, grimy fighter, but man, come on. That shit, some of the shit he was doing was amateurish. It's like he was undeveloped in his damn technical skill set. It was embryonic. It was all those words. And I'm not looking forward to seeing him fight again. Oscar De La Hoya said multiple people died at his Chavez Sr. fight. Hey, boxing ain't no joke. Listen, that's what I try to tell people, like when I was going to fights in TJ as a teenager, right? I saw some crazy shit over there. Listen, we had to fight our way up out of that motherfucker a couple of times. more than a couple. People would know one time you go over there, one time, the locals, the people that hang around those boxing matches, they get an idea who you are. They know. I'm telling them, they know. These people know, man. They have good memory. Marines, we was going over there. Well, I went over there a couple of times by myself. And I was like, man, I heard TJ got some good fights. I was going over the boxing matches. Me being from the city, I was street smart in a lot of shit. But when it comes to Mexico, you think you street smart? Them motherfuckers have so many goddamn traps set for your ass. The way they try to swindle you out of money, motherfuckers making side bets with boxers that they know are chewing gum. But they try to boost them up and say, hey, you want to bet? Migo, you want to bet? ¿Cuánto cuesta? You want to bet? And then I was like, oh, which one? They'll bamboozle you and say that the fighter that they, want to bet on, they would sit up here and make it seem like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. That fighter looks good. If you don't know your boxing, they can hit. You're going to pay the money. If you lose and you come in here, man, oh, damn, you hustled me. You're going to pay the money. But anyway, I had the opportunity to go over there to TJ. Okay, I'm back. We had a brief dropout. You know how it goes sometimes. And I'm going on 3 hours on here. But I hear look, I hear people, I hear y'all. I'm reading. Somebody said they got Rolly by KO in the rematch. Now, Mitch, come on now. Come on, man. Mitch. Come on, man. How do you have Rolly by knockout? Do you believe if indeed they just got out of the fight camp, they had the fight, take a week off or whatever, week and a half, they get back in the ring. It's August, September, October. Now it's a full fight, man. We talking about a full fight month, September. October is okay, depending on who undercard they can get on, right? Just give or take October, November. Do you believe it's enough time for Rolly to improve from what he was able to display that time around, the first time around? Do you believe he's able to step back in there and look good at what he's doing? I don't think so, man. And how in the hell, if he connected on Marinez didn't even act like he felt the shot. It ain't going to be by knockout. It's not going to be by knockout. Marinez bring a different game plan just a little bit. Not too much the same. No, matter of fact, if he bring the same game plan, what is Rolly going to do? I think Rolly has to adjust more than Marinez, who was absolutely the better boxer. I don't see Marinez having to do too much different. Rolly, he said he didn't feel like he can get off. He just didn't feel explosive. Guess what? Get a man a rematch, and then we can see. A say, I don't think Rolly will give Martinez a rematch. Hey, we'll see, man. We'll see what's popping with that. We'll see. But Mitch, come on, man. Knockout. You asking a lot from Rolly. That is the Marciano of the modern era right there. When I say Rolly, his name is Rocky. That's Rocky. Come on, man. Look, imagine this, y'all. Imagine when Rolly actually improves his opposition, the level of opposition. Do you know how many punches Rolly's going to be taking? Let's take the landscape with Teofimo Lopez. Let's take the landscape with Lomachenko, Devin Haney, any of them top names. Do you believe they're not going to land punches on somebody like Rolly? Even Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia's bound to land a counter shot. You know why? Because Rolly loves to come in through the front door, and he doesn't even lead with a jab. He just come in there and then, try to throw that powerful overhand right. He missed a lot on the inside. Man, he needs to learn how to box on the inside. Rolly tries to lean back and look for his opponent's head. It's just the most awkward type of amateurish type of technique you can have. Once he get on the inside, Rolly actually bends back at the waist to try to punch his opponent in the head. You ain't seeing the body. You don't see the fucking body right there. Look at some old James Toney footage and learn how to box on the inside. One of the best to ever do it on the inside. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at the fight with him and Iran Barkley. That's what Rolly needs to do to learn how to box on the inside. That's real talk, y'all. What's going on, L-Dub? How you feel, man? Salute to you, man. He said, I think Rolly versus Martinez 2 will be on Chris Colbert's card on November 28th. On Cabal versus Donaire card. Nordino Bali, rather. I wasn't even paying attention to the first part. Nordino Bali. Okay. And that's another one. Chris Colbert, he's raising up, but Nordino Bali versus Nonito Donaire is going to be a good fight. And you know what? Donaire might walk out with the WBC title. I'm just saying. I was at that fight when O'Bali fought Baby Pitt, Rashid Warren. I was at that fight. It was a good fight, man. One of the most decorated Olympians in Rashid. Shout out to Rashid Warren, But Donaire, the way he looked in there against Anui, it's going to be a good fight. He might become the bantamweight WBC champion. That's real talk. Mitch say Rolly didn't display much in this fight. It's nearly impossible for Rolly to look any worse. Okay, I agree with that. I'm not saying he's going to look any worse. I'm just saying, does he have what it takes to mentally digest how bad he looked in this fight, and for him to make drastic changes to come back in there and defeat the superior boxer in Martinez. Martinez was a superior boxer. He looked pretty. The way Martinez was boxing was the sweet signs, dog. I don't give a damn he didn't have no power. The sweet signs is hit and not get hit. Both fighters at pockets in the fight, they did connect. But when it comes down to it, y'all, it is the sweet science. It's all about boxing. Hit and not get hit. And Rocky doesn't believe in that. Rolly is too caught up in TMT in the dog pound, not being on the clock. He want to cross-face cats and try to be the toughest in the gym and have mugs talk about, hey, that's Rolly over there. Dude got mad power. Yeah, okay. He got power. Even Leonard Ellaby was on record before this fight is saying, hey, Rolly got heavy hands, man. Whoever he touched with it, they're going down. Well, he's 12-0 right now, 10 knockouts. He didn't knock Martinez down. You know what I'm saying? Rolly needs to leave the shoulder roll alone. Man, hey, Rolly needs to leave every bit of what Floyd Mayweather has been bleeding over into his physical existence. He need to leave it alone. Like the long jab to the body. Floyd. Okay, I get it, Rocky. All right. You want to jab to the body, but if you looked at Floyd's film, you will understand that Floyd jabbed to the body and then he made changes. He didn't keep jabbing to the fucking body for 5 freaking rounds without nothing to attach with it. Floyd always complimented anything he does. He compliments it. He has a plan. Rolly, you was just out there trying to look like Floyd. You was out there trying to show the role. You need to absolutely banish that and fight the way you should be. Just like AB. AB came out there and he's the closest one to even mimic Floyd. We saw what happened. Rolly, at this point in time, he has been one of the worst to emulate Floyd. The worst. Even Tank Davis has never stuck to the plan like that. Look at the Jokic Gamboa fight and you'll see similarities. Gervonta Davis used the long jab to the body. He does. It's effective because the body ain't going to move. The head can move, but the body is right there. Even Gervonta uses that. No main, but a great co-main. Hell yeah, I agree. No main event, a co-main, cool. Even deeper on the undercard, to be honest. Marinez benefits from getting all the smoke at Garcia's. Yeah, absolutely. You can't really say, okay, Robert Garcia has mostly Hispanic fighters in his stable and all that. You can't really say that because Garcia, man, being in the game as long as he was, man, and able to accomplish what he did, you gotta understand, man, that's an OG in the game too. You got to give him his credit. But yeah, I agree. Ella be a nerd. Hey, JC, I always look at it like this, man. Them dudes put in their work. I hate telling people to go back and peel back the pages, but it was a point in time when Leonard Ellaby was in the corner, wearing a cornerman's jacket and spit bucket. It was a time, you know what I'm saying? It was a time when he wasn't wearing suits and $1,000 shades and shit like that. It was a time where he was actually in the corner working. Look it up. It was a time where some of these cats that you see in suits, Sam Watson, same with him. It was a time when he was in the corner. Now they put in a time. They the ones that you see, hanging around in suits, making deals work behind the scenes, doing the business side of the house and everything else. You know what it is. Everybody knows Sam Watson, Brandon and Marcus Watson. I mean, come on, man. They paid their dues. I don't care if he's a nerd or not. Every time I see him, he clean. So his pockets must be right. And they say Rolly is trying to make the transition from sparring champ to world champ. Damn, hey, bars. It's only so long you can say, okay, I gave Ryan Garcia the business. Ryan Garcia is not even a champion yet. That shit is faded away now, Rolly. No one cares about that. You know why? Because you look so bad against Marinez. People's like, oh my God, this dude look bad. He's really trying to go ahead and think that he's going to have a 90% knockout ratio his entire career. Somebody is not guiding this man correctly. He needs a mentor. The best thing Rolly said is, you know what? Look up there at Floyd's picture. It says a true champion can adapt to anything. And I'm saying, okay, Rolly's head in the right spot. But Rolly, if you're going to read something that Floyd quoted, you have to somehow, in some way, make it applicable to you learning as a boxer and going in the ring and doing it the same way. A true champion can adapt to anything. You didn't adapt during that fight. Mitch is say Leonard is an OG. I remember when he had hair. Damn, hey, bro, I ain't never seen Leonard with no hair, man. I ain't been looking either. But I'm saying I ain't never seen any pictures. I'll have to look that up, man. I ain't never seen him with no hair. I mean, with hair. With hair. Lee Selby's making excuses to duck Devin Haney. Hey, business, whoever's handling that business need to get on it. Coco the Don, for reals, Leonard was a day one loyalty brings royalty. True words, man. Bars, man. Bars. These cats like Sam Watson that you see in the ring with his brother Brandon and Marcus all the time, Leonard Ellaby. Look back at some fights, man. You would see them work in the corner. Spit bucket. Work in the corner, man. Mid say tank, tank, tank. Davis is the best in the world. Coco the Don, salute. Y'all be sure to check out these channels that's in the live chat, man. You know, check out H Money channel. Check out Coco the Don boxing channel. Check him out, man. Subscribe to him. H Money, Mr. Zone, the best. Salute to all. Let me go over here to Facebook. I didn't see Counter Loco Sports in the building, man. What's good? I didn't see you over here on the Facebook side. Y'all be sure to subscribe to Counter Loco Sports, man. Hey, check out his interview he did with Abraham Nova. Check out his interview he did. I believe that's one of the fighters that signed. I forgot who was signed to. I think he signed his manager's David McWaters too, man, from what I understand. But check out that interview, man. Solid interview. He's he's down in the Florida region for you fighters out there that's tuned in, you know. Rob say, what about Keith versus Terence? Who you got? Okay. Solid question. It's a good fight if we get one time. It's a very good fight if we get one time. If we get the one time that was in there with Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, you know, the one that was saying, don't duck me, we got to fight. That is a tough fight. But of course, don't sit up here and criticize. Don't criticize what my answer is going to be. And my answer is based off the last two performances of how Keith Thurman looked. Now, I'm going to match this shit up because that's how the scales are balances, right? Keith Thurman against Josecito Lopez, he didn't look that good, all right? He got dropped on his ass against Pacquiao. We already know that story. But then we look at Terence Crawford, right? He also got dropped in the third by Kavaliauskas. So I'm looking at, okay, who is better once they clash to get the better of the two? Who might be the better boxer and so forth? It'll be a tough fight, man. I think when people look at Keith Thurman losing his belt, cashing out, you can't convince me he didn't cash out. He did. Motherfucker was eating ice cream before the fight. If you ain't trying to cash out, you ain't eating ice cream. But he was eating dairy products. That tells me he was cashing out. Keith Thurman is still young enough to be a power play in there with Terence Crawford. It will be a very good fight, man. It'll be a very good fight. It's dependent on who's there. But you know what? When it comes down skill for skill, man, y'all have to understand one thing. Possibly, Keith Thurman may come out. I'm just letting you have to understand how it's all been. I've seen Danny Garcia land his big shot on Keith Thurman. I've seen Sean Porter get in and land shots on Keith Thurman. What happens when fighter has touched Terence Crawford? He's been hurt. Guess what? If the Keith Thurman that is solid, the one time comes back, it'll be a tough fight. And you know what? Keith Thurman might get that. I know there's a lot of Bud fans out there. I'm just saying, man. Hey, look, I'll tell you all again. If Keith Thurman sent 10 million out there, it's just a request. You send out the highest number, not the low. You send out the highest number, and then you negotiate down. This is boxing. You got to get paid. You set the bar, and then you work your way down. You don't sell a house, and then when you put it at a low price, and people say, okay, cool, you got an offer. Nah, that was too quick. I just put the offer in 30 minutes ago. and now it's 35 minutes. I put the offer in at 2:30. Now it's 2:35, and I already got an offer or two. Now I got to raise the price. You can't do that. So you come in high, and you let them break it down. Now we don't know what's inside the contract, but we know the money was sent. Bob Arum has came on and confirmed it. This is where what needs to happen. They need to either work with Keith Thurman and say, this is what we can make happen, Keith. We can't give you 10, but we can kind of make it around this right here, this price point. I don't know how much Keith Thurman is worth, and you can't sit up here and base. Y'all need to understand, you cannot base what the fighter made last time to say, well, he needs to go around that general area. If that is indeed the case, how's a fighter ever supposed to raise their Wall Street? How? If you made $2 million your last fight, and you come in here and ask for 3.5, how is that saying that it's too much to ask for? Now, if Keith Thurman made $2 million his last fight, example, and he's asking for 10 million, it's absurd. It's absurd, period. Keith Thurman need to go back on top of the mountain. Obviously, you know, him and his injuries, he might be on some Percocet or something. He might be in a delusion or whatever. But there's no way you can tell me if you made 2 million and you're trying to go ahead and fight Bud Crawford during the pandemic and you ask for 10 million with no crowd in attendance. That's not logical. That's absurd to even consider. You know what I'm saying? Do you really want the fight? That's all I got. I mean, yeah, I got Keith, man. I don't care how many Bud fans say. I gave you some very basic analytics on what my comparisons is of who Bud's been in there with and the adversity he's faced and who's Keith been in there and the adversity he's faced. Yeah, Pacquiao was able to drop Keith Thurman. Okay, we're talking about Pacquiao and we're talking about Keith Thurman coming off a layoff and an injury. He's gotten that fight down, but check this out. When he wasn't out of the sport for quite some time, Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, they never did what Manny Pacquiao was able to do. We talking about him being the unified champion, being injured. He had a bone fused in his jab hand. So now he has to worry about that. Hey, that's my pick. Mitch said, I fuck with AB, but inactivity and not throwing your hands won't cut it at welterweight. I agree. Keith hasn't really been the same, those nagging injuries. Yeah, I mean, you look, check this out. In fighters, when it comes to their hands, that's what they use, people. These fighters use their hands to box. Floyd Mayweather got hand problems. It's well documented. It's fighters that have hand problems. Deontay Wilder went through several injuries. Several freaking injuries with his right hand. And, most recently in the fight with Tyson Fury, he had an injury. He had a bicep injury he had to have surgery on. Listen, the fight fans don't want to hear about your injuries, especially before the fight, because you got too many temporaries out here that don't give a damn about how you feeling, but they say just get in there and fight. Not understanding that if you have an injury while training camp, your performance may suffer. And when your performance suffer, people are going to look at your performance and say, he's not as good as we thought he was. But yet you had an injury that you didn't want to tell the fans about. You wanted to just go get the paycheck and try to win the fight, suck it up, bite down on the mouthpiece, and try to go get the win. It's several fighters who've been on record is fighting with injuries, and they still win and fought. You don't get paid for freaking turning down a fight because you suffered an injury in fight camp. They're not going to give you basically a prorated stipend. They say, you know what? You was in fight camp for 6 weeks. We're going to prorate your stipend and give you money. It don't happen. Runtime done lost his whole mind. WTF are they supposed to get that money from? T. Jordan, earlier I was saying the same thing about the Teofimo situation. So in this particular case with 10 million, I totally agree, man. Where are they going to get 10 million from? If that's just for Keith Thurman in the pandemic, where in the hell are they going to get 10 million or 5 million or 8 million, whatever, to pay Bud? What, he's just going to get a goddamn food voucher? They're going to give Bud a food voucher? Hey, Bud, we're going to get back with you. But in the interim, we're going to give you these 10 food vouchers. You know, we got some Red Lobster in there, some Outback. You know what I'm saying? You know, we even got some Crystals and Popeyes food vouchers for you. So just make sure, you know, you don't spend them all at one time. Just go out there, enjoy, and we're going to try to work out this money issue because you signed a contract. So most of your purse went along with Keith's purse of the 10 million he was asking for. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't going to happen, y'all. Rob, let me ask you this. Do you think it goes the distance between Keith and Bud, or do you think Keith has enough power to stop Bud? How do you see that fight playing out? And if Keith and Bud doesn't happen, I want to hear who should Bud fight? Who should Keith Thurman fight next? You know what I'm saying? He's no longer champion. He's a former unified champion. Who should Keith Thurman fight next? I want to see this. I want to see this Gary Russell. I want to see this Gary Russell fight, man. I hope we see something. But business wise and welterweight wise, what makes good sense is Bud Crawford and Manny Pacquiao. Mitch say, where is the phantom number of 10 million coming from? Bomac, where can I see or hear that number from Keith Thurman? Please put me on game. You know, Brian Bomac is a damn good boxing commentator. He's a champion trainer. It just gets a little weird trying to talk to him in person, because they have that shield, that perimeter is up. I would love to ask him. You know, I'm gonna ask him after I get off live. I'm gonna send him out and I'm gonna see what he responds. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna send that request. I'm gonna ask about what's his thought and see if I can get a response from Bomac. That's all I can do. I'm gonna see what he thinks about Keith Thurman 10 million, because I know a lot of people laughed at that. But the one thing we can say, it's not a bluff. Bob Arum has absolutely confirmed that he spoke with Keith Thurman's people, and the offer that was placed out there is pretty much factual. It's 10 million, dog. Like, what the fuck is Keith? Does Keith really want the fight? How do you work down from 10 million and say, okay, we're gonna make a deal for 1.5? So you're going to take it all the way down to 90% of the damn initial offer, and you're going to say, cool, we'll do 1.5, Keith. We'll do 2. That's crazy, man. Pricing yourself out of the newest form of ducking. I mean, that's pricing yourself out with Keith Thurman. That's pricing yourself out. I think if it goes to decision, I think Bud, because Keith don't have no belt. Okay. But, you know, we all know when Terence Crawford is placed in a position where he gets hurt, he kind of throws out the offensive strategy and then go for broke. We've seen that with Mean Machine. When Mean Machine hurt him, he said, fuck it, I'm going to walk him down. Can he walk down Keith Thurman like that? You know what I'm saying? Will Keith Thurman, will he ever be put in a position? Can Bud Crawford hurt Keith Thurman? You know, if Bud decides to walk down Keith Thurman, will he get what he's looking for? Like, can he break down Keith Thurman like he broke down Mean Machine? That's my question. You know, I'm curious. I do believe that Keith has the power to knock down Terence, go 12 rounds and draw. That's what I'm saying too. I do believe if the good, solid one-time Keith returns, not the Keith we saw in Manny Pacquiao, but I believe he can do some damage. Come on, man. One time, man, was crucial. But he hasn't been one time. He hasn't even been sometime. Pacquiao, he was no time. Keith Thurman has the ability to beat Crawford. I don't think he will, though. Okay. If Crawford don't happen, I think Crawford should try to make the fight with Pacquiao if open. I agree. Check the box on that. Business sense wise in the welterweight division, especially for Crawford, who doesn't have a big name on his resume outside of Gamboa, he needs a name like an 8th division champ Manny Pacquiao. So guess what? I'm curious to know financially if Manny Pacquiao will price himself out. And you know the history between Manny Pacquiao and Bob Arum, that seems like a fight that can be made. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a history together. So it seems like Crawford has a history with Top Rank, but he can't get the big fights. Crawford needs a big name, and Pacquiao is that guy. Pacquiao is the guy. Seriously, Pacquiao is the dude. But once again, I would absolutely pay to see a fighter like Gary Russell move up 4th division and fight Terence Crawford. Absolutely, I'll pay to see that shit. I will see it. Seriously, I will see it because they got history. They currently have deep animosity between one another. It would be a grudge match. It would be a grudge match. And then number 3, they both black fighters. Champions. People are going to tune in to see that. You know they're going to see it. They're going to tune in to see that shit, man. Champion moving up. The fight the current WBO, 4 divisions. People are going to see that shit, man. And then, you know, the intrigue of it all is can Gary Russell move up 4 divisions and possibly defeat a fighter like Terence Crawford, who's already had several fights in the welterweight division? That's the big question. Keith needs to take an elite available to get back in the mix. Well, you know, with 10 million, he's not going to get Terence Crawford. And, you know, it wouldn't even be feasible for Errol Spence. Let's say Errol Spence defeat Danny Garcia. It wouldn't even be logical. I mean, come on, business sense wise for him to take on Keith Thurman? No, because Keith Thurman, when he had the belts, he didn't even want to see Errol Spence. So no, that's out of the question. That's out of the question. So Keith Thurman is going to have to face somebody outside of the championship. Like, unless, you know, Manny Pacquiao rematch. I don't see that happening because the rumor mill is that Terence Crawford is trying to make the Manny Pacquiao fight. And also we have heard that Al Heyman, Gary Russell them sent in. So you figure it out. You figure out what's more important in boxing. What would be the easiest fight for Terence Crawford? Manny Pacquiao or Gary Russell? I know Terence wants to prove himself. Yeah. He has to. He got to want to prove himself, Rob. He don't have, look, at this point in his career in his 30s, man, come on, man. You're on the top pound for pound list. Number 2 at the BWAA. But guess what? Over in the ring, they got him at number 4. He's always been top 5 pound for pound. Some people have him number 1 pound for pound. Crawford needs to fight a top tier name so he can remain relevant on that pound for pound list. He got to remain relevant, y'all. When you on the pound for pound list, it matters when you make fights, supposedly. Just get ready for Crawford versus Josecito Lopez. Oh, my God, no. Crawford don't lead Josecito Lopez. No way. He don't need to fight Keith Thurman leftovers, man. That's why I picked Pacquiao with no Keith. Broner said Bud got nothing to gain. I'm not sure what that means. Bud got nothing to gain. He has a lot to gain. You know, when people say he ain't fought nobody, and they always want to compare him to a Gamboa who was on a hiatus and came back to fight him, that hurt him. Yeah, he got something to gain. He absolutely. Keith once upon a time Thurman. Yes, so much that can go in between Keith one time Thurman. You know what I'm saying? J8 in the building. Salute, man. He would beat the brakes off Gary. No disrespect. I don't think so. I don't think so, J8. But you know what? I'm not going to get into a debate about it, because when you go and watch somebody fight, you have a different perspective in person. I'm talking about seeing them up and close and seeing what they're able to do in the ring with their opposition. I look at it from a different perspective. I've seen Terence Crawford fight in person. I've seen Gary Russell fight in person. Man, I've been to fights and seen them. And not only that, most of the time I can look at them through the lens and zoom in on what's going on. You can see up close and personal outside of the screen. You can see what's going on, how they're moving in the ring, how they're setting up their punches. What might not look as severe of a damaging punch to the TV screen, if you're looking at it through the lens, you can tell if it affected their opponent. I haven't seen Keith Thurman fight in person, but I've seen AB, Pacquiao, all those cats. I've seen them fight in person, man. I think he would ask that much to sell and make Bud look like he's ducking. That could be. Seriously, that could be. Because 10 million is outpricing yourself, period. I mean, come on, Keith. You want to come off a subpar performance against one of the oldest fighters in the game right now. And now you want to go seek out another champion? Just because it's Bud Crawford, 3-division champion? You want to ask for 10 million? You ain't serious. You ain't serious. I don't want to see Russell versus Crawford. I want to see Crawford versus Spence. Ugas, Mikey, Thurman. AB, Ennis, Lipinez versus Ortiz. Even Blair Cobbs. Okay, out of that scenario, all right, let's look at it like this. Numero uno, we already understand Crawford versus Spence, okay? You know, it's been talked about that Crawford pretty much said that, no, I want to fight you when you at your best. But we totally understand coming off the car accident, Team Spence said, we don't want to go straight to the head of the lion. We want to fight somebody below that. So Danny Garcia is the pick. Well, let's see what happened after this Danny Garcia fight. Let's see is more energy is put forth towards saying Errol Spence, Terence Crawford is in talks. Then we'll talk about it. Next, Mikey Garcia. Yeah, Mikey Garcia against anybody. I heard Mikey Garcia is trying to be put in there with Manny Pacquiao. Man, I'm telling you, they're trying to get Mikey Garcia a title. Ugas, man, Ugas needs to fight again. He had a very good performance against Sean Porter. All right. Ugas, I want to see him fight. I like Ugas, stylistically in the ring, man. He's a tough dude. He's not getting any respect right now because he's a quiet dude. You know what I'm saying? So let's see how that works out. Jerome Ennis. I know Jerome Ennis is sitting up there undefeated. And, once again, he's coming off one of those opponents last time. Well, I called his opponent a cave dweller. I called him one of them dudes that look like old cartoon character where you see that guy, a caveman knocking, chipping rocks and carrying the rock out on his shoulder and shit like that. I mean, Jerome Ennis, he's a couple of fights off from getting recognized. Seriously. The hardcore fight fans know who Boots is. All right. But with the record that Boots has, He's somewhat in the same position as a lot of people with the record that really haven't fought a top tier opposition right now. And so that's what Jerome Ennis has to do. Jerome Ennis has to fight a top name. Lipinets versus Ortiz. Yeah, I like that fight. Lipinets is tough, dude. Man, I like Lipinets. I like how he fought Mikey Garcia. Man, Lipinets, look, back to my boy Rocky Romero. If you want to know how to press, look at Lipinets versus Mikey. If you want to know how to press your opponent and use present pressure, okay, there, Rocky, look at the Lipinets versus Mikey Garcia fight. He had Mikey Garcia fighting off the back foot damn near for the longest of time. But he knew how to do it. And he took a little punishment too. You know, Mikey Garcia dropped him in the 7th. Hey. Adrian got problems, Broner. Yeah, man, you know, he gonna have to get it together. He's got to get that shit together. Period. Bomac said, he's outprice yourself. Fuck it then. Let's get Loma versus Spence. Hey, Mitch, if Lomachenko was that type of dude, see, I can't even give him no airplay right now. I gave him too much airplay already because we know Loma deep down in his little soft heart, you know, for a guy to stay on the Olympics and fight, you know, was a grown-ass man fighting boys. You actually think he'll make the decision to do what Gary Russell's trying to do if he wasn't willing to fight the WBC interim title holder? You think he'll move up and try to fight Spence? No. You think he'll try to even do what Mikey Garcia did? No. It won't happen. He ain't cut like that. Lomachenko ain't cut like that. Did you see how he got out for that knockdown from Linares? He got out like a little baby. He got out, he dusted himself off. Oh shit, let me go back in the corner. Nah, He ain't built like that. Steven say, Bomac said they are trying to get Pac-Man. He said it in a boxing group, Lawyer to the Game, Boxing Talk. He said it yesterday. All right, cool. So Bomac and they trying to get Pacquiao. That's good. But if that is the case, then if they're trying to get Pacquiao, I don't see this Russell fight happening. It all depends on what's inside the contract, what the numbers are looking like. And that makes sense for Bud Crawford to go for the other champion. He needs the WBA strap for when him and Terence Crawford, him and Errol Spence link up. It's going to make it even a better fight when it comes to negotiation. Whether it's 55-45, you know what I'm saying, 60-40, whatever the case. It'll look better if Terence Crawford has two straps, the WBO or the WBA. Cool. Errol Spence, WBC, IBF, cool. Let's make the fight. What are the numbers going to look like? Now, I can give you two scenarios. Y'all tell me what matters. All right? Y'all tell me what matters. Terence Crawford, and be logical. Be smart. All right? Be smart. Just don't do this EJ type shit. EJ, Bud. I'm going to give you two scenarios, and you tell me what split should it be between Errol Spence and Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford, 3-division champion, former undisputed 40. You heard the violin play, right? 3-division champion. First fight up there. From 40, he wins the belt from Jeff Horn. It don't matter if it was the Aussie. He beat Pac. Okay? He got the belt. He has more credentials than Errol Spence. No one cares if he fought Jose Benavidez and Mean Machine. Okay, cool. But then you turn around to EJ, and we look at who he's fought at the welterweight division. Took the belt from Brooke and took the WBC from Sean Porter. All right? Who's his biggest opposition today in the welterweight division? The division where he's majority campaigned his entire career. Even though his third fight, he dropped from junior middleweight down to welterweight. Sean Porter is definitively his biggest competition, right? So if you factoring in his performance with Kell Brook, if you factoring in, exclude the Mikey Garcia, that don't count. You factor in the Sean Porter, the WBC strap. Does the fight come in at a 50-50 if Terence Crawford has the WBA strap? Or is it a 55-45 or a 60-40? What would you gauge the percentage to be, the split for a purse between? Who should get paid more? Should it be equal, or should Errol Spence get paid more because he's the current unified champion in the division? Or do you take in consideration that Terence Crawford is indeed a 3-division champion, former undisputed? When you look at the medals, Terence Crawford has more medals. Terence Crawford has more medals, people. We're not talking about medals with the punishment you take in the ring. We're talking about medals as far as your resume. How would you split? What would your numbers be when it comes to a split? If by chance Bud Crawford has the WBA and the WBO, vice the WBC IBF held by EJ. Let's say he come off the win with Danny Garcia. Let's just say it. But it's not for a belt. Is it 50-50? That's all I want to know. Is it 50-50? Hey, appreciate that, Steven. Appreciate the info, man. I don't even really care, to be honest. Keith Thurman, whoever he fights next, I know he wasn't trying to give Errol Spence no smoke. After Errol Spence was basically talking to him in the presence of Brian Custard. Even Deontay Wilder was on the panel. And you know, Errol Spence always turn and say, I want to face Keith Thurman. I want to Keith Thurman. That's what Errol Spence does. Never got no response, no reaction. So I don't really care. Keith Thurman, I can't have respect for a fighter who's a former unified, but yet you're in the casino fucking off before the night of your fight. And also you're up there eating ice cream before your fight. I can't respect that. Bud have to stop telling Kell. Bud have to stop telling Kell in 6 rounds. Stop Kell. Okay, my fault. Bud have to stop Kell in 6 rounds or he look bad. He can't be going 12 rounds. Of course, I agree, Jade. I agree he has to do a better job than Errol Spence. That's how it goes down, people. That's how it goes down. It's always a measure on how someone looked against another opponent. That's the way, unfortunately, they gauge these competitions by the fans taking to social media and say, well, so-and-so stopped him in this. It don't make him better, but it looks good. Perfect example, Anthony Joshua and Carlos Takam. I seen it while they was kicking me out of the groups. I said, you know what? This fight isn't going past 10. The referee is going to stop it. Because therefore, if Anthony Joshua goes past 10 rounds with Carlos Takam, it'll make him look bad. You know why? Because Carlos Takam had already fought Alexander Povetkin. And in order for Anthony Joshua to face Alexander Povetkin September 22nd, he had to look better than Carlos Takam did against Alexander Povetkin. So there's no way the referee was going to allow that fight to go past the 10th round. So guess what, people? Guess what? The referee was trying to stop the fight. He was trying to do anything and everything to stop the fight. And Carlos Takam got dropped. The referee tried to act like, oh, once Carlos Takam made it back up to his feet, he was like, okay, I'm good. The referee like, huh? You want to stop the fight? And then Carlos looking at this nigga like, what the fuck are you doing? You trying to screw me over? So the fight was stopped prematurely when Carlos could have went the distance with Anthony Joshua. But look what happened. Anthony Joshua went in there. He fought in Wembley Stadium, this freaking 2-fight Wembley deal. And they went in there September 22nd. Nobody really cared about the fight. But that's just the point of reference, right? The same thing with, what happened with Mason Menard. Same thing. They always gauging opponents off the other. So if Bud fights Sean Porter, he needs to have a better performance because I don't think he's knocking out. He ain't knocking out Sean Porter. All right, but they boys. Okay, they boys. If he fights anybody that's been in there with Errol Spence, he has to make it look good. You know, he has to make it look good. And if it's Kell Brook, being that he's taking damage both from Gennady Golovkin at a heavier weight class and Errol Spence, Bud has to go in there and do just like you said. He has to go in there and look better than Errol Spence, and he has to do it in short fashion. I don't know how he's going to do it, but he has to go in there and finish him. He has to. If he goes 12 rounds with Kell Brook, people are going to be like, Errol did that shit. He stopped him. Bud couldn't stop him. It's going to be bad. Because we still got motherfuckers holding Gary Russell to Lomachenko. We got people saying Gamboa is the only one that Bud Crawford is fought. I appreciate it, Rob. Salute, man. Thanks for dropping through, man. TC in the building. Man, what's good? Yeah, man, Friday's tomorrow. You know, tomorrow's Friday. And it's the weekend, man. Y'all enjoy yourself. Real talk. Appreciate all the questions there, Rob. Salute to you. Mitt said, I'm good on seeing Robert Guerrero too, but they got to get Ennis somebody. You really want to see Robert Guerrero? Listen, Mitch. There's only one person that should be rematching Robert Guerrero. Tell me who that is. Tell me the one fighter that should be rematching Robert Guerrero, man. Come on, man. You saw how he looked. You saw how he looked after the fight. Why he ain't back to rematch that man? If somebody make you look like an alien, you need to go back and rematch him. Who's that dude? Man. He said Boots Ennis versus Austin Trout. Okay. See, this is what gets y'all hyped up and talk about some good shit when it comes to boxing. Boots Ennis stepping in there with Austin Trout will be an absolute mistake. Come on. I don't care if Austin Trout dropping down the welterweight. He obviously feels that he's good with the weight, dropping down the weight class. But, man, Austin Trout is just too slick for Ennis, man. Austin Trout will be an issue, a problem for Jerome Ennis. Absolutely. Look, if you don't know, Austin Trout is going through litigation issues, for the WBO not recognizing him when he was in the rankings. So instead of giving him the shot, they want to extract the man from the rankings like it's a damn David Copperfield special or David Blaine street magic. You can't do that. So guess what? Austin Trout is taking their ass to court so they can pay him for taking him out of the damn rankings when he could have made millions. Now, as far as what you just said, Boots Ennis, I don't think he's ready for Trout, man. I don't think Boots Ennis is ready for that slick fighter like Trout. Ask the Charlo brothers. Both of them try to fight Austin Trout the same way. They try to knock his ass out. Tom Male got a chance. What Male tried to do? Try to goddamn sit down on every punch and say, let me do it better than Big Charlo. And look, I say Big Charlo because Male Charlo say, ain't no motherfucker Big Charlo, nigga. It ain't no Big Charlo. And then you see Ball Charlo coming on IG. Come on, yeah, y'all ain't living like me. Y'all ain't living like me. This Big Charlo. I know, man, it's fucking them up. It's fucking them up. because he don't want to be considered little Charlo, big Charlo, and they twins. But then again, you know, one fight. Anyway, not to get off subject. Ask the Charlo brothers how difficult it is to go in there and put that work in against Austin Trout. It's difficult. It's difficult. Look, even Rigondeaux, when he dropped that 118, I say, how's Rigondeaux going to handle this weight? And I was like, damn, he went in there against Sabanizio, whatever his name, Sabanizio or whatever. And he won that belt, right? At bantamweight. He looked good. He looked good. He was doing the same thing all the time, though. You know, spinning out to his right and avoiding the left hook. You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious to see how Austin Trout looks and who he's going to fight first. But Boots Ennis, it'll be a good name on Boots Ennis. You know, if you want to get recognition, yeah, go fight Austin Trout. I don't think he's ready, though. Jeff Horn was a big welterweight. Yeah, he was a tough Aussie, man. Real talk. People don't give Terence Crawford credit for going in there and stopping Jeff Horn in 10 rounds. But Jeff Horn was the same fighter who defeated Manny Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? So come on, man. You got to own up to that shit, bro. You got to give him credit. You can't say Manny Pacquiao, he's an 8-division champion. The work that he put in with Keith Thurman. But then when it comes to Terence Crawford, you say, oh, shit, Jeff Horn, who the fuck did he beat? He defeated the guy who defeated the same guy who went in there and defeated Keith Thurman. That's who he is, y'all. That's who he is. Whoever can prove they bring more to the table is the A side. Okay, sort of, kind of, real talk. Sort of, kind of. It's hard to disagree with that because when it comes down to Canelo, Triple G, Canelo didn't have any belts, y'all, and he was A side against Triple G. No belts. You know which fight it was. So, yeah, I kind of checked the box on that a little bit, what you said. Whoever's more popular and shit like that. How can Gennady have the belts? But yet, Canelo is making all the arrangements. He's calling the shots. He's the A side. How does that fucking work? That's why I say don't put too much emphasis on the A side, B side when it comes to some of these fights on the highest level. Andre Berto, there it is. There it is. Andre Berto. That is the only one should be talking about facing Robert Guerrero. There it is. Salute L Dub. There it is, man. The only motherfucker supposed to be saying, hey, Floyd, I just need your advice, Floyd. You know, that beating I took against Guerrero, I felt like a ghost because he beat the soul out of me that day. And shout out to Berto, man. Cool dude, dog. He beat the soul out of me, man. Should I rematch him? Is this a perfect time to rematch him? I'm just curious because there's too many damn pictures out there on Google with me looking different. He got to rematch Robert, man. If somebody make you look that bad in boxing, you can't let that slide. It take you back to that moment where old dog was talking. He said, nah, nigga, we ain't gonna let that shit slide. He shot your cousin in front of you, nigga. You ain't gonna do nothing about it. That's the same thing Andre Berto should do. His people should be telling, nah, Andre, he beat your ass in front of your family. You gonna let that shit slide? You need to call him up for a rematch. Hell yeah. Trout versus Virgil Ortiz. Hey, I like that. I like Trout versus Virgil Ortiz. Seriously, they pushing Ortiz, man. They pushing this dude. I think he's not ready to step in there with any of the top contenders. I'm serious. I'm serious, man. No knock on Virgil Ortiz, man, but that last fight, come on. Shout out to OK Gusto in the building. Salute, man. That'll be a good fight, though. Real talk. That'll be a damn good fight, man. But yeah, Berto rematching Guerrero. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Mo Hooker signed the PBC. You know, if you was to just say, okay, let me get on the phone and just say, for instance, you know, you calling up Errol Spence and Maurice Hooker is in there chilling, you know, with Errol Spence, you probably couldn't tell either one of them. You know, Mo Hooker could, you know, I'm not gonna get into it, man. They sound the same when they talk, but I'm looking for him to get back on track, man. I just thought he had the wrong game plan in his fight where he got stopped with Ramirez. I'm looking for Hooker. Look, he's a good dude, man. He still has a I guess stock in his career. He does. He can go, he can do some business. You know what I'm saying? But he has to fight smarter. He does. When you get stopped like that, you have to fight smarter. So that's what's up, man. Mitch say Trout said he wanted work at 147. He not only said he wanted work at 147, Trout is on his way if he hasn't already arrived at 147. He is. He is. Crawford was supposed to stop Horn, though. Okay, so you saying Crawford was supposed to stop Horn? I mean, why? Why do you say he's supposed to? Crawford is not a knockout artist. What was Horn's record when he stepped in there with Terence Crawford? What was Jeff Horn's record, y'all? Y'all gotta come on, y'all gotta play nice sometime. Because I know boxing critics is some of the toughest out there. But what was Horn's record when he stepped in there with Crawford? And why would you take Horn's record and say, okay, Crawford all of a sudden supposed to stop Jeff Horn? Why would you say that if he went in there and gave Pacquiao the business? I'm telling you all, come on, man. You can't praise one side of it and say Keith Thurman got the business from Pac. But yet, oh, it was an old Pac that stepped in there with Jeff Horn. Which one is it? Was Jeff Horn supposed to go in there and stop an old Pac? Was he? So a lot of people say, yeah. He was supposed to step in there and stop an old Pacquiao. That's what he was supposed to do. But he made it grimy. He made it dirty. You know what I'm saying? He made it one of those appointments that made Pacquiao think like, damn, what the fuck? I didn't expect this Ozzy to be this tough. You know what I'm saying? So what was Jeff Horn's record? And why was Terence Crawford supposed to stop him? That's like that easy language coming in here again. You can't just say that because he could have very well, you know, gave Crawford the same situation Crawford had with Mean Machine. He could have then knocked Crawford down. He could have made it a much more tougher fight. But in the end, Crawford did get the finish, but you got to salute him for getting the finish. But he beat Pac-Man, though. The same Pac-Man who defeated Keith Thurman. Which one is it? PBC can't get on ESPN without Bud. True or false? I don't know. I mean, that's too much of a web that I will have to pick through to try to find out a little bit more deeper. It's something I can't answer, you know, because it all depends, man. I don't know. Seems like PBC don't need ESPN. Fox does. The Super Bowls, ESPN don't do no Super Bowls. Austin and Keith would be great to see. Austin Trout against many other people outside of Errol Spence, you know what I'm saying, would be good to see. I wouldn't say Austin Trout moving now. I don't know, man. I got to give Austin Trout his love, though. Austin Trout can box, and he's slick. And you're just not going to say you're going to go in there and knock out Austin Trout. You're not going to say that with Austin Trout. Like I said, ask the Charlo brothers. Even though he came up short, man, Austin Trout can box, man. He can box. And that's what another thing. Tell Rocky Romero to look at the defense of Austin Trout so he can have a career that's longer than 26 years old. And he's 20. Look, and he's 24 already. Austin Trout is very competitive. That's a fact. D-Ray salute. Horn didn't get the 10th bell. Correct. He didn't get the 10th bell, but what was his record? They say Crawford should have knocked him out. What was Horn's record? Y'all have to play nice sometime, man. What was Jeff Horn's record when he fought Terence Crawford? And why would you say someone's coming in with that record that Terence Crawford should have knocked out after coming off the Manny Pacquiao bout? And 1 minute y'all say Manny Pacquiao slouch, he old, he grandpa, he need to sign up for AARP. But then he come in here and defeat Keith Thurman. Oh shit, Manny Pacquiao, he back. He ain't back. Manny Pacquiao ain't back. It's only a matter of time before that belt is gone. Watch. Put Manny Pacquiao ass in testing. I don't want to hear shit else. Put his ass in testing. Get his ass in testing and see how he look. I said Crawford was supposed to be because Pac-Man damn near did. Okay, Horn was loopy as shit. Yep. And one of those rounds versus Pac. Absolutely he was. That's the sport. How many boxers, look, how many bouts do you have where a fighter was hurt? They praise Muhammad Ali for being a rope-a-dope, for doing the rope-a-dope. But how much punishment did Muhammad Ali take? He looked a little loopy too in some of those exchanges. You trying to tell me you're gonna basically create a situation that requires you to take more punishment just to wait for a moment where your opponent starts to tire? And at that point, if you're still competent enough and your conscience there, you're able to return fire and knock him out. Every fight like that can't be George Foreman. You know what I'm saying? You cannot take that type of mentality at this day and time to say, you know what, this is the way I want to look. You know what I'm saying? It's boxing. Jeff Horn being loopy in there, hey, it happens in the sport of boxing. Terence Crawford was put in a position. Errol Spence has been hurt like that. He has. He's been hurt. Deontay Wilder, Luis Ortiz, he was buzzed for 41 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Ortiz was freaking buzzed by Wilder. It happens in the sport, y'all. It happens more than you know. It definitely happens. Tony Harrison, Mel Charlo too. You know, hey, shit happens, man. I say Crawford was supposed to, because Pac-Man damn near did. I read that the Pac-Man win by Horn was worse than Pac-Man versus Tim Bradley. I'm not sure what you mean by that. The Pac-Man win by Horn was worse than the Pac-Man versus Tim Bradley. No, man. No, not even. I disagree. Tim Bradley and Pac-Man ranks top 5 as the worst robberies in boxing. Seriously. That's why Tim Bradley, he was getting death threats. That's why Tim Bradley wanted to hurry up and make that rematch so he can go back in there and right that wrong. Because the Filipino fight fans don't fucking play around when it comes to their main fighter, Manny Pacquiao. So when Tim Bradley got that, oh my God. The Filipinos got together and they were speaking that Tagalog. And they said, hey, get his phone number. We're going to call this man up. He ain't getting away with that. Hey, they was calling and say, yes, this is so-and-so from Manila, Philippines. We just want to let you know if you don't make that rematch by the end of the week, it's your ass, okay? The whole entire Filipino nation is coming for your ass, Timothy Bradley. Seriously, they weren't playing around with Timothy Bradley, man. That ranks top 5. You know what's number 5? And one of the worst robberies, outside of Sweet Pea and Luis Ramirez, Sweet Pea, Julio Cesar Chavez, Roy Jones Jr. That's the AMs, though. That's the Olympics. And also, we can say the same thing for Floyd. But you know what ranks number 5, top 5 robberies? Rolly Romero and Jackson Mariñez. Right now, that's one of the goddamn top 5 robberies in boxing. I'm saying the decision was almost worse. Yeah. When that decision was read, we all knew Bob Arum was working a play. Look, if you've been in boxing long enough and understand the shakers and the movers, it's going to come a time where you're going to see some decisions and you're going to say, yeah, so-and-so had influence on that. Rolly Romero was that dude. Rolly Romero's decision against Jackson Ramirez, everybody was like, man, goddamn, money made. They were saying, money made. He's basically was on the chessboard and he moved, up to a better position, man, for checkmate. That's what happened. A fight card in Connecticut, y'all. Connecticut. You know what I'm saying? Floyd Mayweather, man, he's a genius at what he does, man. So they say, okay, let me catch these motherfuckers slipping. It's a pandemic. Let me get Rolly. Let me get Rolly back in the game. I want him to try to fight, be a top contender in the lightweight division. So we're gonna go for this interim. Let's go for this interim title. And Rolly's like, well, during the pandemic, Floyd, I haven't really quite got back in the rhythm yet. Yeah, I cut weight, but I'm not just in the rhythm. That's what I try to tell people. Rolly, during the pandemic, blew up. He said he was eating Korean barbecue and all that shit. He was on the live speaking to Teofimo Lopez and all that, right? You just can't do a brutal weight cut and say, hey, I'm going to the beach because I got a 6-pack. That's not fucking boxing. When you have gyms shut down and you out here just eating crazy, it messes with your coordination. It messes with your everything, your timing and all that shit. So you can drop weight. As you heard Gary Russell say today, right? And this is what I was trying to explain to people about AB cutting weight. You go to fight camp. Instead of you focusing on motherfucking training and getting back in shape doesn't mean exactly you're losing weight. Getting back in shape is basically getting into boxing shape. In the process, you have to worry about cutting weight. So in order for you to cut weight, you got to do more things that's aerobic orientated to drop the pounds. So how many calories does it take to burn a calorie? I mean, how many calories does it take to burn a pound? It's supposed to be like 3,000. So you have to take that in consideration to get your body back to burning calories. And Rolly Romero was up in weight. He's fighting 135. His ass had to get back down in weight. And when he said he didn't feel explosive, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Rolly Romero had to cut all that fucking weight and spar, but most of it was getting back down to the 135-pound limit. And you know why he felt like shit? Because your body do not like impulsive weight cuts. The body don't like that. It doesn't respond well. You may drop the motherfucking weight, but if you're boxing and you're going out here to compete in any way, shape, or form, your body is not, it's not going to handle it. It take a little bit longer for you to get back in the rhythm. Monica Bradley was in disbelief. She almost passed out. Yeah, I remember that look she had on her face, man. And shout out to the Bradley family, man. Timothy Bradley, another cool one, man. I ran into in Texas. Cool cat, man. I had a one-on-one with goddamn Timothy Bradley. But the other higher up freaking networks that have the big ass cameramans and all that shit, man, they goddamn intervened in my interview. Because Timothy had to go to do the press week interviews with Shakur Stevenson and everybody. So me being solo dolo, they kind of intervened right when I was going to ask Timothy Bradley some questions, and I was able to ask him one question, but the other guy from the UK started to talk to him, so I said, forget it. Bradley said, I got to go. You know, after he did this, I got to go. I got to go in here and do this interview. Because if you've never been to a fight week, the way they was doing it in at the Madison Square Garden is they had them go in these certain rooms, and you know, Ward, Bradley, and all of them, and they would have them talk to the fighters and all that. Just a little behind the scenes, you know what I'm saying? You learn a lot from that shit, though. You know, Terence Crawford wandered around the lobby, Bo Mack, Stevenson, all them cats, Felix Verdejo, all of them was in there. Mitch say, I forgot who the fighter, Joel Casimiro, ran and held the whole fight and won unanimously. So, Mitch, I see what you're saying, but look, the way somebody performed and what they choose not to do, I don't see it like a robbery. Like, if you're running around the ring and you're still able to damn land a jab here and there, and your opponent's not doing too much, I'm like, okay, it's according to how they judging it. How many times were you able to get in close to land a jab while you was running? You know, that's all I'm saying. A robbery is when you was clearly outboxed, Rocky. You was clearly outboxed, and you want to say, you know what? I never even fought a 12-round fight. So y'all should just give me credit for moving up to 12 rounds. No, you should talk to Floyd about that, because Floyd was on the chessboard trying to freaking make a dang move to get you into talking. I mean, to get you in a position to have a bigger fight at lightweight, being that they're trying to fast track you, Rolly, because you have a lack of amateur experience. You know what I'm saying? And they want to get your name out there. You should talk to Floyd about that. Seriously. Because if you haven't went 12 rounds, but yet you said, hey, Floyd, I got it. I can go ahead and knock him out. Floyd was like, you know, just be smart. Make smart investments. You know, that's what you need to do. Just make smart investments and you'll be okay. Just remember what I said. Jab to the body, jab to the body. That's all you have to do. Do the shoulder. Yeah, the Philly. Yeah, you'll be good. You go on the inside. You saw it. They up there looking at the film. Rolly said, okay. And look, you even seen Rolly when he would try to close distance. You seen how he has a closed mind to making changes, because Rolly wouldn't even be close to his opponent. But when he's walking in a close distance, Rolly would try to turn. Look at the film. He would turn his left shoulder in when he wasn't even close to engage or connect with the punch. He wasn't even within range yet. You know how Floyd sometimes he'll turn his shoulder and he'll walk down his opponent. He'll put that shoulder, you know, he'll walk down his opponent. Rolly was trying to do the same thing. Wrong. Joel Casimiro, what do you think Tank weight today? And check this out, D-Ray. It was just a video out. They was out on the street. I'm telling you, Tank is out there with Floyd. It's huge penalties. If Tank don't make 130, they out there doing road work. They pushing pavement. And they had it. Look, it was about 8 of them motherfuckers out there pushing pavement. So Tank is going to be on weight. And you know why he's not going to come in a pound overweight like he did your Yorkis Gamboa? Because Leo Santa Cruz then made sure contractually is a huge penalty if Tank come in overweight. Because they do not want Tank coming in overweight and still, you know, just fucking up everything. This is a huge fight for Tank. Leo Santa Cruz belt is on the line, and goddamn Tank's belt is on the line. This is a huge fucking deal. So when you look at it, they'll probably have penalties in there. If Tank Davis is overweight, he's going to get fined or whatever the case may be. Do we really want Tank to lose that WBA regular title to Leo Santa Cruz? Come on, y'all. Do y'all really want to see Leo Santa Cruz at lightweight? Let's be serious. Do you want to see Leo Santa Cruz at lightweight and have Tank still there at lightweight? Tank don't look. Tank has already proven he don't give a fuck about no goddamn belts on the scale. He's proven that shit. When Tank came down to the A and he came in there, I told you all, me scoping out the scene, I seen Floyd Mayweather leave. I said, hold up. Why the money team leaving? Like, Tank not even here yet. Why is Floyd Mayweather leaving? Nah. Man, we in the city, dog. This is my stomping ground. I'm like, no. That's his fighter. That's his cash cow. Why Floyd leaving? Floyd leaves. The crowd like, okay. It's packed in that motherfucker. Shoulder to shoulder. It's packed. Tank already fucking late. Tank already late. So Tank comes in there, maybe about 15, 20. They probably, you know, Floyd probably say, hey, Gervonta, you know what to do. It's a PPV. You need to make it interesting so people can tune in. You know what to do. Tank comes in there with a towel on his head. He looked and putting on the roll like he tired. Goes up there. Gamboa weighs in. Tank weighs in. He's a pound over. The crowd start getting restless. Oh, shit. Tank's a pound over. You know, the crowd start getting restless. So Tank goes up here, faces off, and he pushes Gamboa. All hell breaks loose. All hell breaks loose, man. Once again, genius by Floyd Mayweather. You know why? Because it caused more people to tune in to the damn fight. That shit blew up and went viral. Shit hit the media down in the A everywhere. Oh shit, brawl breaks out at weigh-ins with Gamboa and Tank. I actually put the shit, I recorded this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Camp was going against Camp. It was genius. That's how you sell a fight. It was genius. I ain't gonna lie. It was genius, man. JC say, damn world, you working OT today. Man, this is light, man. I've been on here longer than this before. When people talking quality boxing, I can stay on here. You know, you talking boxing shit, I can stay on here because the time go by. And plus, you know, I get to get free education and learn some shit myself about the topics that people talking about. So it don't matter to me, but I will be jumping off this in a minute. My fault for missing comments. What's going on, Monica Harrison in the building, man? I ain't see you over here on the YouTube. What's good? Lay them down in the building. Rolly in a robbery. Mitch say Leatherman had it 118, 109. ESPN had it 119, 108 for Santa Cruz. Man, Leo Santa Cruz, believe it or not, a 4-division champion. Man, Gervonta better come in here and make sure he's doing what he's supposed to. I'm telling you, you don't want to fuck around and miss weight. And look, y'all have to understand too, I'm not sure what the stipulation is, but if Gervonta missed weight, just say he missed weight by a pound. I'm telling you, man, Gervonta missing weight by a pound down here was intentional. Man, they wanted to bring some dramatics, some suspense to the damn fight. That's all. Because we haven't had no fight of that magnitude down here in a long ass time. So his weight today, shit, is August. He'll be good. He should. And, you know, they was out on the street running. They should be good. How do you get solo interviews with boxing stars? A lot of work. A lot of behind the scenes work, D-Ray. No cap. It's a lot of work. I had to give a shout out to the Underground Kings, Jackal Fitness, AWD, man. Fam over there, over in NYC, man. Salute to you. They the one linked that up through communication back and forth. Boxing is all about the connect, all about the connect. Even though boxing is a global sport, it's actually pretty small. And you can tell by this YouTube shit. Like you can tell boxing is very, very small. When it comes to people knowing people who cover the sport and individuals who support, you find out just like this. You find out certain people, like some of y'all that's in the live chat, some of you are on multiple streams all over the place. You know what I'm saying? It's a small community. JC said, dang, you working overtime. Cotto versus Mosey undercard. I want Tank to knock Leo out. Well, you might get your wish. Especially if Tank comes in shape, you might get that that wish, because we all know Leo Santa Cruz is a volume puncher, but he ain't a power puncher. And I'm gonna tell anybody who's sleeping on Tank, Tank is a motherfucking savage. When it comes down to boxing skills, Tank can box, y'all. Fuck him snatching up a female in public. We know it's fucked up. We know the shit that goes on in boxing. He ain't the first one to have a domestic issue in boxing. I'm not condoning it, but when it comes down to it, Tank can box. Period. Look, if he did not look, I'm gonna give you the perfect example. He knocked out Gamboa. Look, he knocked out Gamboa in the 12th round, right? He kept staying on the motherfucking hunt to get the knockout. He kept staying. You can say Gamboa was hurt with one leg all you want. You can say the same thing about Jose Benavidez. Crawford stayed the course and knocked him out with an uppercut. Tank knocked Gamboa out with an uppercut, right? I'm telling you, remember the knockout he got against Postal at that weight. Think about that shit. Leo Santa Cruz, he can box. He may not make it to the final bell. I'm telling you, Leo Santa Cruz may get slept. He may get slept, man. Leo has no power and no defense. You know, he's a pretty good boss. He's did what he had to do so far, even though he got beat by Frampton. Yes, you can talk for hours on the phone. Leo ain't doing shit about rolling his fist. Yeah, when Leo get ready to throw it, he do this shit right here. Oh, you right about that, man. Leo need to stop that shit, because Tank gonna make him pay for that. Tank gonna say, you know, Tank like to talk shit. I'm gonna tell you, when Tank in the ring, Tank talks shit. So you can say whatever you want about Tank not having cardio. In order for you to have some type of gas tank, right? Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, man, and share the vid. Make sure y'all share the vid and hit the like. I don't say that every other freaking sentence. It's 4 hours on this month. I don't say that every other sentence, but this is about the first time I said it today, man. Hit the like button and share the video. But check this out. If he does that shit with Tank, Tank gonna make him pay. I'm serious. If he keeps, you know, he got a bad habit of shaking that right hand before he throw it. Is oh my God. Tank gonna make him pay, man. But he couldn't KO one leg Gamboa. Yeah, he did. He knocked him out in the 12th round. He did KO him. He did. He got the stoppage. A KO in the first round in the 12th round is a KO. You need to understand how will it look on the box rec if you get a knockout in the first round or the 12th round. It's still a KO. It's just all about how somebody wants to read it. Damn, he knocked out so-and-so in the first round. What was that about? How can so-and-so get knocked out in the first round? You know what I'm saying? That's just like the Paul Williams fight with Quintana, right? Paul Williams went in there and lost to Quintana. Came back in the next fight and knocked him out in the first round. How? How, Sway? because it deals with a way a fighter was feeling. If you look at the interview he gave, he told you what was going on in that fight, and you know where his mind was in that first fight with Quintana. He came back in there and goddamn knocked his ass out in one round in the rematch. That's boxing, man. But he did, in fact, stop Gamboa, man. Oh, that savagery was there, man. I was there. Y'all have to understand. Y'all have to look at a fight more than once. I ain't talking about highlights, y'all. And that's where some of the boxing temporaries go bad. Some of these fights that was PPV, right? Some of these big fights, you cannot see them in its entirety on YouTube due to network and all that. It may be some people that's out there that have them, not all of them, because it's copyright, right? So you have to actually see the fight when it takes place, people. You have to see the fight when it takes place, so you can really assess it. You have to DVR it. You have to do your own analytics. And to the hardcore fight fans, we watch the motherfucker on mute. That's how you really study a fight. You watch it on mute. Because when you got biased ass commentary, it will sway you mentally, because you just can't sit up here and hear audio and you filter it out. The brain isn't made up that way. You know what I'm saying? The brain waves isn't like that. We can shut down and we can basically have perfect hearing, but yet sound is coming in and we can cut it out. You can't do that. Seems like Tank say see red when he's in the ring. I'm telling you, Tank is a savage, man. And if you don't think Gamboa took punishment in that fight with Tank, Tank was landing some goddamn hard, man. Hey. Tank was landing some hard ass shots. Oh, I thought that was Tio's connect getting back with me. But I'll definitely I'll post on the video once they get back with me, because I want to know. I'm curious now about that Teofimo Lopez deal. But yeah. But it's been a pleasure, y'all. It's going on 5 hours. I gotta bounce. I got to go ahead and cook dinner for my son. You know, get that shit taken care of. And yeah, we definitely should do it again, as always. You know, when it's coming up, when the fight cards are coming up, I'm not going live on every fight card, but with the boxing scene the way it is, I'm definitely trying to get more interviews. And y'all do need to stay tuned. I'm definitely going to have a U.S. Mixed martial arts live that's popping up. I got to talk about the current state of the moves that's being made with John Jones, and also them, you know, making this Dominique Reyes and all that other stuff. So I'm not gonna contaminate Gary Russell Jr. freaking live, you know, with that. But everyone who tuned in, man, hey, you know what it is, man. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and stay tuned. When I'm on, make sure y'all check it out, man. I answer the questions as they come in. I ain't afraid. Y'all ask the goddamn question and it's cool and it's boxing related, no doubt. No doubt. I'm all about answering the questions. A lot of people are not going to do it because it's just too much. Like you got 200 or 300 people tuned in. I haven't got there yet. It is what it is. But today, I appreciate y'all, you know, dropping the information. Real talk. Everyone who stopped through and dropped that content and, you know, drop those questions for Boxing Dialogue, I appreciate it. Y'all hold it down, man. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports. Salute to you.